another live stream collection video, and this is the second part of my vinyl LP collection. I'm going to start with the next milk crate over there, the last green one of our store keys. Let me just take these papers here. Okay, these are most of the items I have. The recordings that are owned by the Universal Music Group or by some people who are connected, or made by labels who were connected to the Universal Music Group in some form or other. Here's Music at Midnight from Carmen Cavallaro on American Decca Records, and Happy Easter to you, Carlos Aguilar. This is a album from 1955, and well, this one out. It's got an interesting little label sign. I think it's basically glass. And it makes a little noise when you pound it a little bit. So this is next one is a 10-inch LP, and one of the few religious items I own. But I bought it because it was a 10-incher, and I was at one point interested in those. Lean Kindly Light from Jesse Crawford. And this is from 1951. And there's a little thing there. There was a sticker on one of the sides, but I actually peeled it off. It was very... I peeled it off rather roughly. I was rather thoroughly rough with getting that sticker off. It's one of those "this record belongs to" stickers that some people put on their LPs for whatever reason. Here's a rather beaten up copy of Informally Yours from Carmen Cavallaro. It's also done the score of the Eddie Dukin story, which I have the Phonotronics tape. Happy Easter to you, Savage Gamer 1998. Anyway, it's got an interesting little promo catalog. US Decca was a pretty big label back in the 50s. I mean, recording a lot of things. Some cha-chas. Have the MCA reprint of Eddie Getting Your Gun. I'll get to that in a little bit. Ella Fitzgerald, Sammy Davis Jr., Kenny Wells. They were especially big on the country front after the 50s. Well, they were mostly big on the country front. After the 50s, they were mostly big on the country front, US Decca. Burl Ives, Brenda Lee. Oh, Grant. Oh, damn. Chocolate Bunny replica. Oh my god. Chocolate Bunny replica of Cream, huh? Oh, I get it now. He wants to eat her out. Oh my god, Big. Why are you so obsessed with Cream's panties, man? Okay, here's the next one. The next three are Canadian copies of Duck LPs, US Duck LPs, and they're the most recent I own. This is, I don't have any from between 1964 and 1973, which is when it became one of the labels that fall into MCA. This is Melodies and Memories from Jana Garber. A true hi-fi stereophonic record. Okay. And my popular D man from D, whose albums somehow have a surname, and he's kind of interesting because all of his albums have D in some, have his surname in some capacity for some, in unusual places for that capacity. He's an organist. Most of them have one in some capacity. And here's one of Country Music Time from Kenny Wells, the only country record I have on US Decca, and probably I should invest in more, particularly from Rylin, who she recently passed away, unfortunately, but she was a very well-known. Of course, everyone knows who Loretta Lynn is. Almost all of us know who Loretta Lynn is, or ought to anyway. I haven't had any of her albums, so I might try to buy those at some point. I don't have any of Conway Twitty's albums either. I probably should buy those at some point as well. Okay, and what's next on the record agenda? There's a couple of choral LPs, both from having something to do with Lawrence Welk. This is him in a Sparkling Strings from 1956, I believe, and this one comes in a very interesting sort of sleeve. It's got the sound of high fidelity around here. And it's a special polyflex envelope. It's a supply for for the protection of your record. Let's see. Call on playing records are high quality product and are manufactured with extreme care. Avoid handling the playing. So what did he tell me about it? Avoid handling the playing surfaces of the record before playing the record. Wipe the surfaces with a smooth, soft damp cloth. Make certain that the phonograph is set to the correct speed and needle. Always bow the jacket when inserting or extracting the jacket to prevent the possibility of damaging surfaces. When I use, keep record in this envelope and its jacket away from dust in an even moderate temperature. A defective needle can mar the performance and permanently damage your records. Have your needle checked frequently. I keep these around. I have a soft spot for Welk. I watched his series regularly in my childhood. Well, reruns of that series, even around in its original one. The reruns on PBS are the ones. I remember watching the reruns from PBS of the Lawrence Welk Show when I was a kid because, I wasn't even around during its original run. And Merry Christmas from Lawrence Welk and his Champagne Music. Enhanced for stereo, so it's rechanneled. And Early nondescript Christmas record from him. Here's some Cap LPs I have. This one is Harbor Lights from John Gart's Dynamic Hi-Fi Organ. Send for complete catalog. I think this is a reprinting because the original pressing had, I think, a balloon sort of label on it, and this one has just the has the label they were using in the early 50s, in the late 50s and early 60s, which was which had blue edges and had black on the inside. So I have next one is Till from Roger Williams on another Cap recording. This is from 1959, I believe. It comes in its original sleeve. I actually put this one in its original sleeve. It didn't originally come in that. But I believe this is the sleeve this record would have come in when it was new. And I felt the thickness of them. And it's interestingly enough, well, one day there was a store. I went to a store that actually had both the mono and the stereo versions of this album, and I actually bought them both on the same day from the same store. Because they had both. Interestingly enough, this is the stereo version of the LP. Just to tell in case you couldn't tell apart from the mono version. There's the big, huge stereo text on the label there. Stereo was a new thing in the business back in the 50s. Back in around 1958 or 59, everyone started to get into it. Everyone slowly but surely got into it and got to do it regularly. Okay, the original cast of Man in La Mancha is next. This won the Best Musical Award from the New York Critics and Drama Circle back in 1966 rather. 1966. And classic musical. One people remember these days for the song The Impossible Dream, which became its big hit. And there's the number that kicks off side 2. Here. The somewhat scary version of this. It's a version that might scare some people, but and the version of this LP, which is by Richard Kiley, was in the Broadway cast, original Broadway cast. Might scare some people, but it's pretty good fun. Okay, here's Jack Jones Sings. Jack Jones was one of the biggest names as far as Cap was concerned. Big deal for Cap. Very successful artist. Weathered the storm of the British. Weathered a lot of storms regarding the British invasion, regarding the counterculture pretty easily. And sold right alongside the Stones and the Beatles on the album front back in those days, and was regularly playing on the same top 40 stations as those groups. And this has a lot of those. And Hello Dolly was the record that Hello Dolly was the record that made Louis Armstrong the first ever artist of the other than the Beatles of their era, of the group's era heyday, to have a #1 hit on the Hot 100. This is in very good shape, by the way. Very clean in there. Well, by and large, it's very clean in the vinyl. This is the mono copy. I think the most recent mono LP I have. Most of my 60s LPs are in stereo. Most of the LPs I have from after 65 are in stereo, because stereo obviously became a bigger deal. Because more people had stereo after the 50s. More people had stereo starting in the mid to late 60s. More people could afford to buy a stereo, bought one. Stereo phonograph, bought one. Here's Roger Williams' Golden Hits Volume 2. Roger Williams was another big deal artist for Cap back in the 1950s. Back in the 1950s and 60s. And recorded for MCA, its successor MCA, until it dropped all of its easy listening acts in 1977. And this is a 1973 era reprinting. Interestingly enough, my copy of Hang Jay's solo album, the German one, actually came in this sleeve when I got it. I actually swapped it. Yeah, I do have one. It's I do have a Led Zeppelin record, but it's missing the jacket and the inner sleeve. Led Zeppelin 4, it's a Columbia House copy of Led Zeppelin 4. Oh, this Roger Williams one is a LP, is a Canadian copy, and it's also a reprint from 1976, I believe, from sometime after MCA closed its Canadian plant in Cornwall, because well, it doesn't have these. Doesn't look like, it looks more like a Columbia pressing than an MCA one, even though it's not the Columbia House. Here's a record on a subsidiary of Cap's called Four Corners of the World. Günter Kallman, Songs for My Love. It also recorded Sergio Franchi. So apparently there was a gap in between when he. So apparently, well, he did time there while recording for RCA. Interestingly. So so it's basically world music label. Basically Cap's vehicle for world music. And this looks more like an MCA LP, because it's got the no, I don't have any Pink Floyd records, unfortunately. Might have to. I didn't invest in any of them during the early days of when I was buying records. But hopefully, but I might get some at some point. Songs for My Love, the Günter Kallman Orchestra and Chorus. This is an MCA, a pressing from one of MCA's plants, and done after MCA took over Cap Records back in 1966, evidently. And this one has a sticker there saying "Cut 6." I have no idea what it's significant. Oh, they want us to play at New Year's. Cut 6 is all inside, so apparently whoever had this at first wanted to play this album on New Year's. Reason. Well, I have quite a few, but I have quite a number of classic rock records. some of them were in, like I have this Hair soundtrack. That's obviously classic rock record. Um, the Hair Broadway Cast album. That's obviously a classic rock record. I also have the a number of other classic rock LPs, albums by classic rock artists, but I don't. Uh, most are either on. I think most of them are on cassette or on CD. I have some on, but I have quite a few on vinyl LPs as well. Although they tended to either be on Warner Brothers or on Columbia, which were my mom's most frequently bought labels of the labels my mom most frequently bought albums from back in the 80s when she was starting to collect records. I do have quite a few classic rock artists. So I also have, I also have some Pat Benatar. I have a Pat Benatar vinyl LP, Canadian copy of a Pat Benatar LP, and I have to look at my. I'll have to. And I believe I have a Kiss album without a jacket or a sleeve. One of their Casablanca ones. Anyway, I have Neil Diamond's Velvet Gloves and Spit. This is the 1970 version on Uni, which has a re-recorded version of the song Shiloh, which he had a hit with. Uni was, I think, the big deal, the biggest deal label MCA had in the late 60s and early 70s when the counterculture was a thing. And Uni recorded Neil Diamond. It also recorded Olivia Newton-John. It also recorded unfortunately, it also recorded Bill Cosby. And it also had a hit with had one of the seminal hits of the late 60s, which was Strawberry Alarm Clocks, Incense and Peppermints. I'll have to get that 45 sometime. And it was around between 1967 until 73, and it was managed by Cap. As far as the contemporary music is concerned, I'm a bit more of an R&B sort of collector, but I do tend to buy classic rock from time to time. Some classic rock, if it's good enough from here. Anyway, I'm actually gonna tweet out. Oh yeah, I have an all notes one. I have a Hall and Oates one, and I also have Mr. Mister's Welcome to the Real World on there. Those are classic rock, right? I think I have one of the Eurythmics albums as well. That counts as classic rock, right? Oh. Oh yeah, and I have some Joplin, Janis Joplin on vinyl as well, and Billy Joel too. I'm getting lost trying to figure out. Alright. But if you reflect it back to the uh, yeah, yeah, they're dance pop, but yeah, I know Eurythmics are dance pop, I believe. But, oh, Eurythmics are dance pop. Okay. Well, to believe the uh, to believe the inlay card I have for the King's Preservation Act 1, though, they're rock artists. They, if you reflect it back to the because they'd be rock artists if they were recording. RC would count them as rock artists. Count them as rock artists to believe the alien card I have for the King's Preservation Act 1 on cassette. Okay, so here's another 70s one. This, I'm now showing off the albums that I have on MCA proper. This is the American release of Olivia Newton-John's Have You Never Been Mellow from 1975. If we can get it there. There we go, 1975. MCA Records Incorporated. The album was released by EMI in the UK, and it was released on Interfusion, a festival-owned label that she recorded for in her native Australia. I believe Interfusion released many of Olivia's albums in her heyday. Olivia stole stuff. And this comes in a purple MCA sleeve. It's in very nice condition. I haven't played anything past the title card on this record, but there's also... Oh, I'll show them. Billy Joel records I have later in the stream. I believe one of the one I have without a jacket or a sleeve is Stormfront, but most of the rest of Billy Joel albums do have a jacket at least. Here's well, this is an album I play from start to finish because well, I'm obsessed with its subject matter, obviously. All-time great bloopers uncensored, volumes 1 and 2. These, I believe, are reissues of Cap albums. Unbleeped bloopers. I was particularly obsessed with the Kermit bloopers collections when I was a teen, about 14 or 15 years old. Could read his books on bloopers over and over and over again. This is a 1977 release, I believe. Radio and television's most hilarious boners. There's a joke in there, good joke in there somewhere. Is that like one of those albums I enjoy listening to when I get bored? Because they always crack. There it is, and they obviously come in their original sleeves, the MCA ones, MCA Watermark ones. Alright, and this next one is from a group who's, I think have one hit, but I like, I've only heard that one hit. I forget the name of the hit they had. I'll have to look it up again, and I'll try listening to the whole album as soon as possible. This is Giuffria. Will focus. This will focus is Giuffria. It's a Canadian copy, and this also happens to be a promo copy. On loan only, remains property of MCA Records Canada. The soil is unlawful. So this is a promotional copy. So it's both a Canadian copy and a demo LP. A radio station copy, basically. This does come in its original sleeve. I'll get it out. It's in very nice condition. Looks like it was barely played. And there's the record itself. The very familiar rainbow one was used from 1980 up until the end of the vinyl era. And MCA was a label with very interesting records and very interesting history, corporate history, which has a lot of twists and turns. If you read it, it's kind of like cracking a novel. It's basically like reading a great American novel. Or if you crack open a history book on MCA Records, or basically its Wikipedia article, you can basically, it's basically like reading a great American novel. It's a saga of a label with, my research gives me a story of a label with all sorts of great hits that it had over the years, and a label with ups, with also a label with a lot of hell to go along with them. Alright, this is the only Tom Petty and Heartbreakers album I have, but I should probably buy more. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Packed Up the Plantation Live. This is from 1985. And it's a Columbia House copy, as you can tell, because it says CRC there on the jacket and on the label as well. I think there was a... I think that's the sound of something. I'm going to go ahead and figure out what it was. Now I'll get back to the stream. There was an Amazon package. I'm going to go get it in. Thank you. Okay, and next are a couple of Broadway issues that MCA did. I have a couple of Broadway reissues of albums that were on US Decca in the States originally, and then, well, if there's one thing the US Decca is known for, it's their Broadway cast albums. So this is Ethel Merman in Annie Get Your Gun. And Ethel Merman became famous for performances. Annie Oakley was one of the legendary singer's most famous performances. I think the younger people to believe an ABC documentary that I saw on Reba McEntire. There was an ABC News documentary that I saw on Reba McEntire, and also extracted the commercials from which I also extracted the commercials, breaks. Last December actually, there was an ABC documentary on Reba McEntire, and I believe that, I think most younger people associate the role of Annie Oakley with Reba nowadays. But Annie Oakley, was one of the most most famous roles are the legendary Ethel Merman, legendary Belcher with the very well-known voice. Voice that everybody knows. Everybody can recognize and imitate from a mile away. Mile away. And Oklahoma. This, I believe, is a reissue from the silver anniversary of Oklahoma. The state, and this has a liner notes from co-composer Richard Rodgers and then Governor Dewey Bartlett on the back. Here's the LP itself, which the camera had upside down for a minute. Now I have some reference from the label ABC buying out eventually called, before I get to those, I suppose I'm going to show. Here's an album on label, on some labels that MCA bought out. At some point. One of them is Chess. And this is Muddy Waters in Newport, 1960. This is a 1985 reissue. I'm led to believe a lot of the pre-MCA Chess stuff is fairly rare. It was reported that quite a number of its records, unsold copies of records, got destroyed, but the master tapes obviously didn't get destroyed. When some new owners at All Platinum took over Chess from GRT in 1975, and that was tragic because there were a lot of classics there. From Muddy Waters is one of the classic artists at Chess, along with the Dells, Fontella Bass, Chuck Berry, evidently, was also very huge on Chess in the old days. I have some albums on ABC to get to now. That was another of the labels MCA bought out. And no, MCA may or may not own the rights to all the albums that were on ABC. It obviously doesn't own the rights to Ray Charles albums. Ray Charles is one of the greatest artists who ever lived, and his master tapes are owned by his estate now. And this is him with country, modern sounds and country and western music. With which has two of his biggies on there. I Can't Stop Loving You, and see, Born to Lose. I think it's a double-sided hit. Oh, well, I'm led to believe it was double-sided because KQC plays both. And then there's You Don't Know Me was another big one that came off this record. Ray was a very big artist. Ray was one of the big artists on ABC, and one of the greatest artists who ever lived, honestly. Here is Frankie Lane's Making Memories from 1967. So from after his time at It came out, I think, after his time at Columbia, where he was on for a very long time. And this was arranged and conducted by Peter DeAngelis, who also arranged and conducted the orchestra for Eddie Holman's one hit on ABC, which was Hey There Lonely Girl. There's another of Ray's albums, and I should probably buy several more. I probably have a lot more to buy. Quite a long ways to go in buying his albums. This is I'm All Yours Baby from 1969, I believe. Let's look at my notes. Notes that I have on the bed. 675, that number. Yeah. Yeah, Frankie Wayne album is from 1967, and this one is from 1969. Yeah, I have the year right. I'll show you the record. Yeah, you could tell I'm doing this live. I actually also put this in the original, what would have been its original sleeve. This is the sleeve in which a John Davidson record I have came in when I got it. But I actually moved it to this, swapped it with this. This is the sleeve it would have originally come in. Now, in addition to Ray, they also had ABC Dunhill Records, as it was known then, had corporately had Grassroots, Tommy Rowe, Anwala, John Lee Hooker, Three Dawn Night, B.B. King, Three Dawn Night obviously being another classic rock artist, along with Steppenwolf, who was also promoted. I'll get to Richard Harris with the album that spawned MacArthur Park. Easy Rider. That's the Way It Is from Mel Jackson Quartet. Steppenwolf again. I like that song. Applause, applause, applause. Or McCall in the original Broadway cast. Though I first turned on the Lawrence Welk show. Oddly enough. A group called Smith. I had a hit with Baby I'm You, a remake of Baby It's You back in 1969, a rendition of the old Shirelles hit from the Golden Age of Rock and Roll, Tams, War, Three Dog Night, Beverly Sills, Mamas and the Papas. And there's the, almost forgot to show the record itself. I was so lost in that sleeve. But here it is. It's released in conjunction with Tangerine, but their logo doesn't appear anywhere on this album. On the record itself, rather. The logo appears just on the jacket. It doesn't appear on the label itself for this LP. So I think this may have been a reprint. But I believe all the contents of this album are the property of the artist in question, Ray Charles. Or the property of Ray Charles now, so. But this album, I think, the only reissue that I found on YouTube is, I think, a dub of this particular release of the album. It's clean, so there may have been the copy that I bought, because it's also, my copy is also pretty clean. Now this is an album I found one day. Hold on. Well, there's a headline I'm going to tweet after this stream. It's another tragic story out of Florida where they actually, apparently the big headline today was that Florida banned the Diary of Anne Frank because of Action for Moms for Liberty, who don't really seem to stand for liberty to me. They don't even stand for justice for all, either. I don't really see. Oh. But enough of Florida and the Diary of Anne Frank for now. So, the next album is Rock and Soul, an album I found in the bin, actually, in back at PDQ Records one day, and I just happened to pick it up out of interest. This is Rock and Soul 1963, the history of rock in the pre-Beatle decade of rock, one record. So you also get a so on the sleeve you have all sorts of headlines for 1963. Obviously the top one was the assassination of John F. Kennedy, which really changed the world at some point. It actually has such songs on there, especially has Rainbow on there. That's the Way Love Is from Bobby Plant. The Impressions, Betty Everett, The Olympics. There's a couple of hits, and the Harlem Shuffle from Bob and Earl, which I think was on the Baby Driver soundtrack at the time that I bought it. This album. This comes in his original sleeve, and it's obviously got a picture of some family on there walking through the woods. Apparently, they want you to really drive home the point that it's a family label. And this album is from 1973, so from 10 years after this compilation. And for right when I think the 50s nostalgia boom kicked in, 50s and early 60s nostalgia boom started to kick in back in the early 70s. So this is a compilation. This is from an album series that definitely would have fit right in with the era. Okay, and this next one is I gotta buy more albums from this artist, but this is the first one I ever bought from him. Jim Croce, Jim Croce, I Got a Name, from 1973. Great album. He was a great singer-songwriter who tragically died in a plane crash, so this album came out posthumously. I also believe his albums are owned by his estate now. The master tapes thereof are in his family's possession. Certainly seem to be in his son's possession. And here he is with the Car Driver magazine he subscribed to, apparently, given the address label. This album was one of the few items I bought from Nogales from a store called Golden Goose, which had these little pink dots on their albums, which, man, you could buy them for cheap. Which, if they put a pink dot on their LPs, it means you can buy them cheap there. It's in great condition, by the way. It's in excellent shape. Has the biggies like and from 1973, so again released posthumously. It's got the big hits. I Got a Name. Working at the Car Wash Blues is on here, and I'll have to say I love you in a song. And I actually played this from start to finish on the day that I got the LP, or maybe the day after I got the LP. Apparently I have some business to take care of on Twitter, you all know what I mean? Apparently I got some business to take care of on Twitter. So, you give me a minute. It'll reconnect eventually. Back again on Twitter. Okay, the live stream is officially continued. Okay, and here's the next vinyl LP I have, the last one I have, on ABC Proper. It's the two of us from Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr. They were in the Fifth Dimension, and then they did and then when that group broke up, they did their own little Peaches and Herb style act together. Which had the big hit from when they were doing that together was evidently the song You Don't Have to Be a Star to Be in My Show from 1976. This album was from 77, however. And it's comes in its, I think it made it through the cutout bin, evidently, because look at that big size of that cutout there. And comes in the original sleeve, of course, and the album has their last LP label, as I am obviously very familiar one, the 70s record buyers. It's the concentric circle one. It goes from purple in the middle to white on the outer part. Purple in the middle part to white on the very outer part, and vice versa. White or gray. It's either white or gray, depending on... Oh, it's evidently white. Okay. White on the outer, further out, purple further in. On the pop releases and on the Doc ones after they buy that label. Of course, speaking of Doc, you can get to their album soon. Oh, there we go. I'm having quiet time trying to put this in the sleeve. There's the next one. These next two I have are on Impulse, but from after the glory days of the jazz label of ABC, which is Impulse. Impulse was a jazz label of ABC, but these albums date from after its glory days. They're both from 1976. One of them is Jimmy Ponder's Illusions. It's some sort of fusion record, it looks like. Track listing is right above his head. And on the jazz releases, there are some releases, and evidently those on Impulse, were among those that had the label going from red in the middle to green. Or light green on the further out layer, and the bright, almost red in the middle layer. A different set of concentric circles was used for the jazz releases. Here's Wild and Sunny. This is the other Impulse album I have, also from '76. Which was recorded by Sonny Chris on ABC Impulse. And he seems to have enjoyed that smoke. Hopefully he didn't blow out his lungs. Hopefully his lungs didn't blow out, even though it would be inevitable. If his lungs blew out on that one, it would be inevitable. Because that's what smoking will do to you, eventually. It's got Summer Breeze on there. I'm not sure. I don't think the song Memories on there is the Elvis Presley tune. I could be wrong on that one. The Way We Were definitely one of the most covered songs of the '70s, and he also did a rendition of Earth, Wind, and Fire's That's the Way of the World on there, from what I can gather. Seems to be a very interesting sort of listen. Might be an interesting sort of listen. This might be a very interesting listen. Okay, here's the next one, and this is 1971 ABC Dunhill album. This is the only album I have on Dunhill, on the Dunhill part of the equation, which was a very big deal from 1968 to 1975, when it was a very big deal in the mid to late 60s and early 70s. Very much a part of the counterculture for some in some circles, and that's quite a few biggies. And label that kept ABC Records alive and kicking for years. This is Gail McCormick's one of the, I think, 3 solo albums that Gail McCormick, who was in the group called Smith, had back in back after the group Smith broke up. She was a singer from St. Louis, from the St. Louis area, who recorded only until 1976. She died in 2016 in the St. Louis area, and made it to 198 on the charts, and I think was her only charting solo record. My mom obviously had this one for a long time, and obviously, unfortunately, it got affected very visibly by the flood. A number of our records. We had a big flood here in. Here we go. We had a big flood here in Tucson. Back in 2003, and that obviously affected the conditions of the records that our family had. Well, most of them. This one got plenty beaten up in the flood. Uh, anyway, my mom found the full album on YouTube. Someone uploaded the full album on YouTube, the whole entire album, and it was very clean sounding. There were no pops or clicks or everything, so I thought that the person who had it derived it and uploaded the full album to YouTube, uploaded to CD from a CD copy of this album, and sure enough, I found out on Discogs that this actually did get a CD issue on the Revola label back in 2008. So that was interesting to find out. It was interesting for me to find that out. Okay, and here are some albums that I have on Dot, which, as I mentioned earlier, was a company ABC bought out back in the year 1974, I believe. Let's see. I believe they were mainly in a pop label in the early days. They were a pop label in the 1950s. They became an easy listening one for most of the 60s. Completely missed out on British invasion. One of those labels that Doc was one of those labels that completely missed out on the British invasion. And they obviously suffered for that on the charts back in the mid 60s. It was a very reliable label for easy listening vocal and instrumental albums back in the 60s. It was also a reliable label for rock record acquisitions. Rarely would it record rock directly. But it was known for acquiring rock records from small independent labels the 19 back in the 1960s, back in the golden age of rock and roll. All the albums I have on Dot are from artists that it had on its own roster and recorded directly. This is an Argentinian copy. Argentinian, think Libby Stein Torres. Argentinian LP of Pat Boone. One of the biggies on Dot. And even I like to. A guy that even I like to lampoon for whatever reason. There's so much of him to do. There seems to be quite a bit of him to lampoon these days. Apparently, this was bought on the day of Elvis's death, August 16, 1977, or it's either random markings or the day someone bought this, and I bought it for the back cover, which has always amused me. Look at this. He gave some stereotypically Hispanic features to Pat Boone. Oh, that right on there. Mustache and the beard. I think it's a greatest hits compilation of his stuff. On a serious note, I actually read a story on there, and it seems fit for in a magazine from 2006 that I remember finding at the laundromat, and he's honestly, I thought his life story was pretty interesting. This me. But yeah, he's kind of the big punchline when you think of white bread America. Punchline. It's sort of a punchline. He tends to be a bit of a punchline. And it doesn't help that he often espouses rather conservative viewpoints, particularly he wrote for WorldNet Daily at some point, which should give you a tip as to his political philosophy, which his bonkers. It's on the bonkers side of things, let's be honest. Which has always been on the bonkers side, let's be honest. Particularly because, unfortunately, he also supported the Vietnam War, which was a terrible war. We shouldn't have gotten involved in that. Here's some albums by Bill. I bought some albums from Billy Vaughn at a thrift store one day, and this is one of them. Sail Along Silvery Moon. This was an artist who was on Dot for a pretty long period of time. And been there since 1953, when he was part of a group called the Hilltoppers, a vocal group called the Hilltoppers, who were a teen idol group in the pre-Elvis days, in the immediate pre-Elvis days. Mainly known for the song "P.S. I Love You." His solo career, he became an orchestral leader. Apparently, someone was offended by the name Dot. Look at that. It was marked down with a sticker by someone on the label. Someone on the record must have been offended by the word Dot, because look at that. It's covered by a pink sticker on one of the sides. A red sticker, rather. Or actually, it's a red sticker. This is an RCA pressing on behalf of Dot. Dot alternatively went to their and Monarch for their pressings. Dot was a label owned by Dot was acquired by Paramount in 1956, but it kept its original owner and founder, Randy Wood, on the job for the years before Paramount was bought by Gulf Western. Okay, and what about the rest of them? Alright. Billy Vaughn plays. Which is from 1961. Or that to show, or do I think I'll show this one first. This one precedes it in the catalog numbering. Billy Vaughn plays the Million Sellers, including Canadian Sunset, Around the World, Moonglow, Holiday for Strings, Tonight We Love, Till the End of Time. And the theme from High Noon, which was notorious for getting shafted by Greatest Show on Earth at the Academy Awards back in 1952, although no one really called attention. I don't think anyone really called attention to that until, after the counterculture. And there are people who believe that McCarthyism had something to do with High Noon losing to The Greatest Show on Earth at the Oscars back in 52 in modern times. Most people believe that nowadays. And Around the World. I gotta be honest, I like collecting some of these. I have a soft spot for 50s LP, for I gotta be honest with you. I have a soft spot for these easy listening sort of albums. I have a soft spot for Dot. There are some labels that I have a soft spot for. The famous music labels, like Dot are among them. I also have quite a few. Here's another Billy Vaughn album, and it's Billy Vaughn Plays. Yeah, almost all of my Dot albums are either by this guy or by Lawrence Welk. There are a couple of exceptions, though. One exception I hope to get one day is the Leonard Nimoy albums they cut for Dot. Yeah, Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, there gotta be some sort of. Yeah. Those albums being a kitsch collector's dream come true. If they're found. Here's Pat Boone there. The soundtrack of the Ten Commandments is another one I hope to find. Another one I hope to find is the Ten Commandments soundtrack. Because that was done for Dot after Paramount took over that label. Howdy. And tons of Pat Boone there. Kale Storm. Buddy, Dot was one of the biggest independent labels. Biggest labels outside of the majors. Back in the 50s and 60s. And a reliable name for adult music. And it says up there, you'll find romantic ballads and rhythm tunes, folk songs and jazz, hymns and movie soundtracks, all in Dot's exciting album catalog. Very repertoire to please everyone who likes good music. Dot is proud to produce the nation's most popular records. On every Dot album, there appear the words ultra high fidelity recording. They are your assurance of the finest quality that modern engineering techniques can provide. For the best in sound reproduction, choose Dot Lawn Play albums. So there's the one of that one. '50s were boom time. Were big. '50s and '60s were big times, boom times for the record business. There were a lot of different labels to choose from if you wanted to buy music from. Here in the States, at least. There's in Calcutta from Lawrence. Well, this is supposed to be the stereo version, which has been recorded and manufactured with the finest stereophonic equipment. For best results, it should be reproduced on a stereophonic playback. But it's actually the mono copy is inside, and this is an example of, well, a cracked example of a Monarch pressing of Dot albums. Dot pressings of Dot, Monarch pressings of Dot albums tended to have are the ones that had the byline, a division of Paramount Pictures Corporation, in the text ring. Yeah, Paramount owned that label back then. And if you look at it doesn't show on the camera, but yeah, there it is. It is cracked. It cracked one day when I was trying to plop this on here. It's I think it was made from. It doesn't know that it was made from styrene, which isn't really as durable or as thick as vinyl is. I mean, it's a bit more prone to cracking than vinyl. So anyway, that record is from 1961. Interestingly enough, the title track was the record that kept the Miracles' Shop Around out of the #1 spot back in 1961. It hit #1 on the album chart as well. Okay, here's the next one. Let's look at the numbers. I used to buy a lot of Lawrence Welk LPs back in 2010s, back in 2015 or so. I mostly was after his Dot albums and Ramwood stuff because the albums from those eras were the most frequently rerun on PBS, on my PBS station. And this is the 10th anniversary Lawrence Welk Show album from '65. There are some artists you just have soft spots for. This guy, his musical family, evidently was among them, and they were in my again, they were in my childhood because I watched PBS's reruns of the Lawrence Welk Show when I was a kid. I was too young to see it in its original run. I was too young to have seen it in its original run, which was, I believe, in this particular era was on ABC, and it later moved to syndication. Weekly syndication. Okay. Now, I believe all the tracks in this album were heard in one of the episodes of the Welk Show that I saw on YouTube from 1965. I'm going to have to look at that again, just to confirm it. Third of them, Wonderful, Wonderful, from Lawrence Welk from 1964. And I believe the Don't Think Twice, It's Alright track was extracted for one of David Letterman's record collection segments, which is interesting. Apparently took on a life of its own after Welk retired. That particular rendition has the same sleeve as on the previous album I showed, which is the same as Steve. Actually, I'm going to read it to you off camera. You probably can see it for yourself. It's apparently the greatest sound on record, stereo and regular. Offers the ultimate in high-fidelity reproduction. A Dot sound is the most powerful, diamond-clear quality in recorded music. Only Dot Records' long-playing albums, regular and stereophonic, or recorded at ultra-high fidelity. It has always been the company's policy to present to the public the finest in recorded entertainment. The Dot sound, coupled with a selection of artists in music that appealed to everyone, quickly brought the company to national recognition. Today, the Dot sound has become Dot Records' hallmark throughout the world. Even though the world was probably into other types of sounds by this point. Dot Records' customer service plan apparently is Jason Joy. You ever asked your record dealer for a Dot album and found it was not in stock? If so, we'd like to tell you about the Dot customer service plan and how it works. If your dealer does not have the Dot album of your choice, ask him to use the Dot customer service plan, postage paid postcards, to order that album directly from Dot Records in Hollywood. Your order will be sent to him by return mail, and you will be notified of its arrival at your dealers by postcard. Thus, your dealer gets the credit for the sale, even though he did not have the album in stock. Support your local dealer by availing yourself of this plan. Yep, in the days before we ever heard of the Equal Rights Amendment, we're still referring to people with jobs as hymns, as strictly hymns, or he's. He and her didn't really come to applying for business portfolios up until the 70s. Even until these were the pre-ERA days of the record business, when all your dealers were referred to as he's or hims. Then the women's liberation movement came around. Then came the women's lib. Here's Winchester Cathedral from Lawrence Welk. with his own version of the Family Affair theme, even though the Family Affair theme itself kind of sounds like it was recorded by the Welk Orchestra. To my ears, anyway. And this is from 1966, in late 1966, and a chart peak of number 12 at December 1966 on the Hot 200. And this is actually a Canadian copy. It's got a little text ring there. Made in Canada by Quality Records Limited, which handle all of Paramount's labels in Canada. All of Paramount's record labels in Canada were handled by Quality. Quality was a big deal Canadian distributor that also distributed Bell's LPs and some, I believe, was owned by MGM at some point and distributed their records before Polygram took over MGM's record division. And like the little stamp there, buy Canadian. Buy Canadian on there, and printed on Canadian, printed in Canada on, what was it? Printed in Canada on Canadian paper. Today's greatest hits from Lawrence Welk. Today's as of early 1966, and this is these are his stabs at songs that were contemporary in the charts and featuring his first Beatles cover. Yesterday, I believe it was. And also has a rendition of Unchained Melody on there, which was also a hit for. Also has a rendition of Unchained Melody, which had been a hit for the Righteous Brothers at that same period of time, and then in 1960 and 19. Same period of time, and then in 1990, of course, that rendition would become most famous via its use on the soundtrack for the film Ghost, which, incidentally enough, was a Paramount film. Here's Fortuosity, an album by the Mills Brothers, which contains Cab Driver. Big hit for them in 1967 to 8, and a favorite song of mine. It's evidently done, and the title song is from the last film Walt Disney completed when he was alive, The Happiest Millionaire. The last live-action film, that is. We get a sleeve in here with a few of Dot's all-time best-selling albums. What do we have here? The soundtrack of Barefoot in the Park, which is a movie I have the Gulf Western tape of, from Paramount. Summer My Love, Frankie Carlo. Something Stupid from the Lennon Sisters. who were pretty big in the 60s as part of Welk's musical family and on their own, actually. Uh, and one of Leonard Nimoy's albums. Definitely should get a hold of the Leonard Nimoy albums that he did for that at some point, if I can find them, because well, they're a as I said, they're a kitsch collector's dream come true. I guess a Mylan Ford in there, Joe Stafford, Liberace, Eddie Fisher. Dunk was another of those labels that would frequently re-record, had a habit of bringing artists into the label, and partly to record new stuff on that, and partly to re-record hits they had on other labels. I don't do versions of the same songs again. This time for Dot, not even for the same label, for the label they just been signed to. So they did a lot. Yeah, they did remakes of. They did re-recordings. They had other. Yeah, they were. Yeah, re-recordings. Yeah, artists doing re-recordings of their old hits was a thing in the '60s, particularly on Dot's end. Um, and Eddie Fisher Greatest Hits is a case in point because on the sleeve is a case in point because it's all re-recording. It's all the original artist ripping himself off. As is that Mills Brothers one over there. I see they're still showing that Ten Commandments soundtrack at this late date. And this album is from. Let me read the text. 1967 again. And it had a chart peak of number 21 on the Billboard Hot 200 back in March of 1968. Number 21 hit on the Hot 200. Now that's story gets a little bumpy after 67. I'll get to that, why it's a bit bumpy after a few minutes. In a few minutes. Well, here's the best of Lawrence Wong, which is the most recent Dot album I have. It's from 1967 again. 19. Is it 67 again? Yeah, it's also 67. Okay. And has albums for other albums on there. Okay, let's get that out. And this comes in a plain sleeve this time. Yellowed plain sleeve. And I bought almost all of my Wildcat albums. I bought most of my Wildcat albums from, well, Dot albums anyway, from PQ Records, which is sadly no longer in business. I love that store. Which I'm sad to say is no longer in business. I left that store. Now, over at that part of time, Dot's history gets the history of Paramount's record companies gets a little bit bumpy because in 1966, Paramount was bought out by Gulf Western, and when that happened, they suddenly deleted all of Dot's albums, featured the Paramount record label, featured the Paramount logo more prominently on their LPs, which their said logo being a prototype of the future Classic Killer Paramount Television logos. You quite a Brady Bunch, and Star Trek, the original Star Trek, and So, after Dot, you know, after Dot folded out, petered out, if you will, in the pop department, they want her, no, you know, Dot acquired by Gulfbuster, and they just, hi, Patrick Shields. I'm glad you made it home from the Easter party safely. I'm showing off some of the vinyl LPs. Right now I'm showing some of the albums on labels that were owned by Paramount Pictures Corporation. I just got finished showing the Dot albums that I had. And anyway, the story of Paramount Pictures record companies gets a bit bumpy after 1968 or so. Because after Gulfbuster bought out Paramount, I believe it bought out Paramount in 1966. They started to, they really began altering the focus of the record divisions that Paramount had. So they deleted Dot's back catalog. They deleted the whole back catalog of Dot albums that were done at that point. And then, they decided to make Dot into a country label, an old country label, and but they still needed an outlet for pop music, so they decided to form a new label called Paramount Records, and they had to buy the rights, if I remember correctly. It had to be a lot of money to a guy named George Buck for the rights to the Paramount Records name, because he was using it for a blues label, a legendary blues label from the 78 RPM days that was completely unrelated to the movie studio. So they had to pay him quite a heck of a lot of pennies for that one. Well, I have some demo tapes, but I've already shown the ones I had in my revised VHS collection videos last year. If you want to go check those out. Anyway, several segmented ones anyway. Anyway, Paramount, they formed Paramount Records. So anyway, Gulfbuster decided to form Paramount Records as a vehicle for all the non-country stuff that Dot would have done if Gulfbuster hadn't converted it into an all-country label. Annie decided to do proper rock. And while there, Paramount did actually do some proper rock recordings. But those tended to only be big hits in the States. For example, the rendition, a good example of that being the U.S. release of Elton John's Friends, that song Friends, which was on Paramount here in the States as a single. The single was released by Paramount here in the States and by BGM everywhere else. So Paramount didn't get to truly enjoy worldwide success with that song. Then there's also... They also had a hit with the song in 1971 called Hard Rock Lincoln, a rendition by Commander Coney and his opera and his Lost Airmen back in 1971. That was also North America only, from what I can gather. So yeah, they paid a pretty penny for that one. They released on the Paramount label. There were a lot of obviously there were a lot of soundtracks to Paramount movies like The Godfather, and two of the albums I'm about to get to. And they did all the albums that and also the soundtrack to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. When Paramount owned the rights to that one, well, all ancillary rights outside of the copyright, which was in David Wolper's hands up until Warner Brothers bought uh, David L. Wolper's library, and when they did that, they got all the rights to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And then also then also stuff related to the Brady Bunch, but which seldom sold, which sold Jack, unfortunately, which sold. It basically sold Bluey's Magic Xylophone in the record store, for the most part. And you want to know what happened most of the time with Paramount's but they have some big albums here and there. But this was a very big album. This one of the Paramount albums I owned was one of the big ones that Paramount scored in the early when it was around during its brief existence from 1969 to 74. And it's basically and it's and I believe it was a number 2 album in January 1971, from what I read on that little stack of papers that I have on the bed. The soundtrack of music from the original soundtrack of the Paramount picture Love Story. One of those I gotta see at some point. Composed by Francis Lay. The jacket has definitely seen better days. Yeah, I know it got fairly mixed or negative reviews at the time, but it was very well to do back in the early 70s. The theme was certainly well to do, especially through Annie Williams' version of it. But it was a very well to do film. One of the many very well to do movies that Paramount scored during the early 70s at the box office. The 70s, 80s, and 90s were very big decades for Paramount, and the early 2000s was also a big decade for Paramount, more or less prime years for Paramount Pictures. And Paramount is experiencing some prime years again, thanks to the successes of quite a number of movies like Top Gun Maverick, Scream, most notably Top Gun Maverick. So there's the soundtrack. So there you have it with the soundtrack of Love Story. Here's another soundtrack for a big film Paramount had in the early 70s, except this one was more widely acclaimed. And it's from Peter Bogdanovich. I love Peter Bogdanovich's films. The ones that I saw were very good, like this one, and then also What's Up Doc and Mask, which he had a notorious dispute with Universal over regarding its soundtrack. But he's unfortunately dead now. And the soundtrack being Paper Moon, with Ryan O'Neal and his daughter Tatum, who was the youngest to win a full Academy Award. Who remains the youngest to win a full Academy Award. Anyway, this has a bunch of classic big band tunes there from Paul Whiteman, Ozzie Nelson, Leo Reisman, Bing Crosby, Victor Young, Jimmy Greer, Hoagy Carmichael, Jimmy Davis, Tommy Dorsey, and several others. Jacket Again has seen better days. Internationally, I think Paramount's Lone Biggie was a rendition of Wandering Star, performed by Lee Marvin from the soundtrack of Paint Your Wagon, another film that critics didn't like, which was a film that was by and large one of the few bombs that Paramount was scoring in the late 60s, one of the few and far between bombs. one of the occasional. So, yeah, during Paramount's prime years, which were under Gulf Western, um, Paramount Communications, and the early days of its Viacom ownership, um, it wasn't all hits, but there were quite a few there were many that it scored. They didn't always have hits, but they had quite a few. This one obviously was a pretty big hit. Yeah, they had. Oh, yeah, The Godfather. Oh, yeah, The Godfather. One of the greatest films ever made, and I hope to get the soundtrack of that soon. One of the biggies on Paramount that I hope to find. And more recent. Paramount Records LP that I have, and I believe also one of the last ever released on Paramount Records. This is a Canadian copy of Billy Vaughan's Electrified, which has his renditions of then current hits like You Are the Sunshine of My Life, Where's the Love, Make It With You, Sweet Christy, The Most Beautiful Girl, Killing Me Softly with This Song, I Got a Name, and Without You. And fairly interesting renditions of them all. Done in a sizzling nightclub setting, of course. This is a 1974 release. It's a Canadian copy from Quality. Again. And, most of the international distributors for Paramount just kept the old Hollywood address for Paramount Records, even after the move to New York, when it was reorganized as Famous Music Corporation in 1971. So at one point in 1971, Gulf Western decided to migrate all the labels it owned from the Paramount Pictures to the Famous Music Corporation, which was the music publishing arm of Paramount Pictures. And then it didn't. But it scored modest, but it was around for 4 years, but only achieved minor successes. Now, had it been around for a little longer, it may have had a number one hit on its hands. There's also had B.J. Thomas on the label. And B.J. Thomas, in 1975, after Paramount folded into ABC, had a number one hit with the song, Hey, Won't You Play Another Somebody Done Somebody Wrong song. That made it to number one on the Hot 100. And back in 1975. And then, Legally Speaking, and that held the record for the longest title of a single to hit number one on the Hot 100. And then, until it was succeeded by, well, in legal definition anyway, by Stars on 45 back in 1981. Because legally, all the songs, legally it was a bunch of songs, and all were required to be stayed on. Here's a... Now, I have a couple... Now, and in the midst of all the reorganizing work that was done after that was done in Paramount's record divisions, Randy Wood quit Doc Records, and he joined Lawrence Welk to form a label called Ranwood, which Welk eventually bought out in 1979, and he later added, yeah, Yeah, sir. It would certainly seem to me. Uh, anyway, Redwood was the label that housed all of his master tapes and where he made some new master tapes. And also, it gained some and it later gained such sister labels as Vanguard and Sugar Hill, which was a country label that was not to be confused with the company that gave us Rapper's Delight. And Sugar Hill was the company that gave us. Oh boy, Nostradamus. Redwood was anyway. Sugar Hill, the the one-time Welcome label, not the hip hop label, was the record company that brought us that artist that Savage Gamer 1998 was talking about in the previous part of my vinyl LP collection videos in the live chat, and also at one point recorded one actress Grey Delisle Griffin. Yeah, she made some albums for Sugar Hill when the Welk family owned it. Anyway, this is one of the two albums I have, both evidently by Lawrence Wall. One of the two albums I have on Redwood, both evidently by Lawrence Wall. And he recorded almost all of his musical family, though evidently not all of the artists on Redwood were in his musical family. Like, he recorded Jim Nabors, and he wasn't in Lawrence Welk's musical family. He also recorded Amina Joe, and she wasn't in Lawrence Welk's musical family, so... But here it is in concert, Lawrence Welk and his musical family. Actually, I'm compelled by the live chat reading Siskel's article on 1975. I'll probably get to that after dealing with Last of the Green Shelves. And it's a 2-album set, so you get to hear a lot of time with Lawrence. Hold on a second. My phone's upside down again. There we go. It's a double album set from 1973. Both of these come in sleeve where you get to send 25 cents for the latest edition of the Redwood catalog, the ultimate in stereo recording. There we go. And here's that one. One of the sides has rather odd colors for Redwood. Let's put it in. And what was this? Jacket up. Jacket's starting to come apart in this one. Rather odd. Yeah, showed one of the sides with the regular colors and one with the rather odd ones that I've not seen on any other Redwood LP. What's the next one gonna? I think I'll show you some of the albums that I have on Philips and Polydor next, and one of the labels it bought out, which some of the labels it bought out. Oh boy, this deck is heavy, but I'm gonna try to get through it. Here are some records I have on Philips. This is one of those from when when Philips licensed Columbia Records recordings outside the U.S., in most countries outside the U.S. Rockin'. This is a British LP. That one. So it's from back when Philips was releasing albums that were issued on recorded by Columbia Records in the U.S. most of the international rights to those up until 62. It's a mini groove LP. And it's a mini groove LP. Oh. You need to take the jacket for. I don't want to pop there. Back together again. It's. Oh, this is unsteady. A monaural copy, hi-fi monaural copy of the Swingle Sisters Going Baroque. This is a rather casual. This is a U.S. Philips LP. This is from when Baroque pop was apparently a thing in record charts. And it was a thing there from 19. For most of this. For some parts of the 60s. Quite a time in the 60s. Philips' U.S. division is best known for recording on its direct roster, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, when they gave up on after they gave up on VJ, after VJ went after VJ started to crumble. VJ being also a pretty well-known 60s label with quite a rich little history behind it. And which seems to play like a soap opera at times, from what I read. On it. Seems to play out like a soap opera at times. And what I read on it, VJ anyway. And another of the classical LPs I own. This is another, I think, UK Philips album. It's Schubert Impromptus Opus 90 D899, Opus 142 D13935. Played by Alfred Burdell on the piano, both pieces by Schubert. Here it is. This comes on a red label. Almost all classical albums come on a red label, which apparently was a label color preference for classical LPs, I suppose. Outside of those released by Columbia, evidently. Here is another album by Lawrence Wall and Champagne Music. This time it's a 10-inch Huron Mercury called Polkas. And we got promos on the back for all sorts of different albums. They were recorded in the 50s from the likes of Patty Page, Vic Damone, who was originally going to play the Johnny Fontaine role in The Godfather, but ended up dropping out, and the role went to Al Martino. Eddie Howard, Dinah Washington, Georgia Gibbs, Xavier Cugat, Jerry Bird, Alfred Newman. It's from 1952, I believe. It's all ends in polkas. There's one thing Wolf was known for, it's his polkas. And easy listening conditions the rest of the time. And here's this is an interesting little. Well, this is certainly an interesting LP. Rock and Roll from Buddy Johnson and his orchestra. Not sure it looked quite. It might have looked like rock and roll in the late 50s, but not the sort of image I would associate with it. Interestingly, it's interesting because all the songs were written by the artist. This is an early uh, player-songwriter sort of things, you might say. Not quite singer-songwriter, but player-songwriter, bandleader-songwriter sort of things. It's from 1956, I believe. Let's look at my notes. Let me look at my notes. On these things. Oh, they don't tell me a date. Okay. But I believe that one's from 1975 or something. Or something. Yeah, that one's from 75 or something. Well, oh, no, I believe that one's from 1956, actually. There's an album from 1957 I ordered. It's from the Flying Platters. And it's apparently an electronic reprocessing. What the hell went on with my phone there? Sorry. I'm sorry about that. Your phone had a little bit of a hiccup there. I have no idea what happened with the thing, but I'm back to normal now. And this is the hour I was showing before I was rudely interrupted. A Mercury Ring Stereo, the Flying Platters, which play on a stereo phonograph. This is an electronic reprocessing to permit reproduction on stereo players of a performance originally recorded manually. This guy has a bunch of rechanneled stuff on the back, mostly rechanneled. And apparently promoted a child playcraft record, so they did some children's too. Mercury must have been quite a hip and place to work for, I guess, for a lot of different things. It's a stereophonic high-fidelity recording on Mercury's Wing label, which I believe was also a jazz label. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that little hiccup. There was my phone was having a bit of a hiccup there. I have no idea what happened there. There was exactly. There was a bit of technical problems or something during the stream. I had a bit of technical problems there. This is a high fidelity release, a custom high fidelity release of It's Just a Matter of Time by Brett Bennett, one of the great hits of the late 50s and early 60s. Recorded by Brett Bennett. Yeah. Yeah. Well, good for you if you reloaded more than once to try to get this thing. It's back to normal now. Back to normal. And for listening pleasure, how's the best performance brought to you? Your records are worth caring for, apparently. How about playing regular mono records on a stereo phonograph? By all means, go ahead and play them. Any record sounds better on a stereo record player. But don't play a stereo record on a mono phonograph. The mono needle is broader and can seriously harm stereo grooves. Good to know. Oh, they had a phonograph there. Fully transistorized portable Mercury phonograph. Made and owned by Phil, who bought out Mercury in 1961. In order to help U.S. Columbia launch the CBS label outside of the U.S., and particularly in Europe. It's a custom high fidelity recording. Onto the Mercury. There's a great site on Mercury maintained by microgroove.jp, I reckon. Go check that one out if you're inclined. They got a ton of information, tons of information on Mercury Records. And it's at microgroove.jp/Mercury, I believe. The last time I checked. Here's the next one. And most of that website's in English. That could be an interesting little hobby for you. Here's Patrick. Here's the hi-fi stereo recording. Brooke Bennon's Golden Hits. And it's been cut with variable groove spacing and electronic groove control, depth control, thus producing a two-channel disc of exceptionally wide dynamic range, reliable stylus tracking throughout the frequency range, and startling clarity and definition of instrumental timbres. Stereo record should be played according to the RAA standard with stereo reproducing cartridge having a stylus tip not exceeding 0.7 milliliters. For best results, be sure your two loudspeakers and amplifiers are correctly balanced. In terms of output and phase, and that the loudspeakers are placed in the rooms so as to provide an even spread of sound from one to the other. Anyway, apparently this was recorded. This also tells you how they recorded this thing, which is quite awesome. It is very awesome. There were quite a few labels that did that. Mercury was among them. Labels that told you how the albums were made in the early days of stereo. Anyway, we got had in there for a bunch of other Mercury albums. One and Violins being one of them. Quincy Jones. Dario Moran's Cha-Chas. Mercury Living Presence. And, well, there's the record itself. A stereophonic high-fidelity recording. This one's been a bit scratched. But it's been mildly scratched. Yeah, but didn't really affect playback when I fooled about with it. That didn't really affect playback when I fooled around with it. There's another copy. There's another one. Another Mercury Stereo. Tony Martin this time. It's Golden Hits by Tony Martin, who, interestingly enough, was one of the first white artists to record for Motown. But he contributed, he contributed a few singles to Motown. Back when it was about to approach the apex of its chart success in the mid '60s, but for some reason, but of course they never charted. He was one of a number of white artists who I think were by then past their prime to record for Motown in the mid '60s. But yeah, an apparent experiment with the sound of old America that Berry Gordy was doing when he wasn't recording, the Marvelettes, Smokey Robinson, or Diana Ross. And as far as I know, none of them ever charted. None of the Y acts of the '60s that were on Motown ever had their records go anywhere on there. Um, but anyway, this got a nice little sleeve with reviews of quotes or reviews of some of the albums. Like there's one for the Boston Herald. There are a few of any blues singers around at this moment who can touch Dinah Washington there. Springfield, Massachusetts Republican says, better get your order in on Brooke Band Golden Hits first thing in the morning. Rocky Mountain, the now defunct Rocky Mountain News out of Denver praising Sarah Vaughan there, saying that she keeps rolling along, saying some of the most tasteful and appealing notes to be heard on Wax Today. Jackson Daily News saying that Penny Page is one of the most listened to girl singers of all time. And the Roanoke Times, which is recently made into newspapers.com, has said that Clarnoff plays more songs from great films is something special, apparently. Roanoke World News describing the Platters as having a rare quality of vocal managers without rival. And then Jose Melis, who I believe was the band on Jack Parr's Night Show. The Indianapolis Star saying that the sparkle Melis' playing stands out like a bright light to Broadway themselves. What else? Boston Christian Science Monitor taking a liking to Quincy Jones in his early days. New York Journal American liking Mike Nichols and Elaine May. Mike Nichols went on to be a very well-known filmmaker. Kansas City Star says Rich versus Roach is magnificent evidence of what makes Roach and Rich great. Got a little blurry with that quote there, but we got more quotes on there. Raleigh Times Record. Sadly, I don't. Which I'm gonna see if their archives have mentions of Happy Hamsters at some point. Saying that Platters more encores are going ahead. Some of their finest efforts on wax. Boston Globe with Let's Dance saying, if you're a kind of that makes out, let's put this one right on top. And Hard to Resist album from Harmonica Cha-Cha. Jan Awag is saying that one of his albums is a superb effort by a master craftsman that results in enriching, satisfying end product. And Teens Today saying nobody can do blues like Dinah Washington can. Yeah, apparently they thought Teens Today seemed to think that teens would be interested in listening to Dinah Washington, who was more for the grown-ups, by the way. Who seemed to be more for the grown-ups back in the 50s, by the way. Didn't really seem to reach out to teens that much. But she did have some pop hits. But she did have a big pop hit with What a Difference a Day Makes, which became one of the most covered songs of the era of the golden age of rock and roll. And here's a group that was until recently best known for having a show on CBS back in the late 60s that was notorious for running into all sorts of censorship troubles, and all sorts of that was notorious for having a very rocky and interesting history behind it. They were a folk comedy act that proved to be a bit too anti-establishment for the 60s, for CBS to handle. Proved to be a bit too controversial and a bit too heavily catering to the hippie movement for CBS to handle. Back in those days. Bit too counterculture for CBS to handle back then. But anyway, this is the golden hits of the Smothers Brothers Volume 2. And what they're best known now is for the line, He just kept on yoing from the Yo-Yo Man, which seems to have a bit of trivia that seems to have not really not really done a lot to please the guy who uploaded that video, which I believe is ties to the Archive Annex. And apparently it has a note there for the Smothers Brothers Fan Club, who are based out of Beverly Hills. And this is a mono copy, another of the more recent mono LPs that I own. This is from 1965. Then I have the Statler Brothers Interview. This is a 1972 album on Mercury. I gotta get more of their stuff. My mom was a big fan of this group. It's or I would like to think she is, because she plays quite a few of their songs. Specifically, the first one on this album, which is "Do You Remember These?" And they were based out of Stanton, Virginia, so which my mom's actually was visited quite often when she was a kid. Paid very regular visits to when she was a kid, actually. They're the best known artists to originate from Stanton, Virginia. Their biggest pop hit, I believe, was Flowers on the Wall for Columbia. And in 1965. But yeah, we were big Media Buffs, actually. Well, I only have one surviving parent. My father died in 2021 at the age of 87, I believe, and my mom's about to be 55. Gonna turn 55 on Tuesday. Here's the best of Roger Miller with Little Green Apple, which which should be volume 2 of that one. But this is the one with the rendition of Little Green Apples on it. And it's a reprinting. This would not have had the Skyscrapers label originally. This would not have had the Wacker Drive picture. This would not have had the picture of Wacker Drive on the label originally. But this LP did. This copy did. It's from it's I believe a 76 to 77 pressing of an album that originally came out in 1971. The compilation. Here's a compilation, this time from this is what I found on Bookman's one day. It's a 1970 compilation of country greats. So several of the country artists that Mercury apparently recorded. They were a big name on the country front, and especially they were one of the big labels as far as country music in the 70s, and one of the big labels for everything back in the 70s, actually. This has some great artists there, like Jerry Lee Lewis, if you can forget about the fact that he actually married his cousin. Or at least most of the people in the country field were willing to forgive him for that long enough for him to have hits primarily on the country chart after the 1968 or so. Here's Jerry Lee Lewis, a rock legend who died last year. Faron Young, who had a number one hit in the UK with 4 in the Morning. It was a #1 hit in the UK, a country you don't typically associate with country records. Tom T. Hall. Apparently, it took quite a few. Apparently, that film took quite a few, to believe the reviews. Great Balls of Fire. There's Tom T. Hall there, one of my favorite country artists. He died a couple of years ago. Dave Dudley, Roy Drewski, Bobby Bear, Nora Wilson, and Roger Miller, and George Kent, who I know nothing about beyond this line of text there. That's on there. I don't think he even has a Wikipedia article. I think he's the only one out of these artists who doesn't even have a Wikipedia article, from what I can gather. Anyway, this is indeed a Canadian copy. As I mentioned, it's distributed by London Records of Canada, 1967 Limited. And it's from 1970 again. Now let's go through some pre-consolidated numbering system records from the Polydor end of the equation. Yeah. Oh, and a leftover one from MCA's successor, Geffen, which I'll get to. And one from Geffen, who ended up being MCA's successor, but I'll get to that. I have another Phillips album. Almost forgot about this one. Val Dunican's Morning Has Broken. This is from Photogram, The Best Sounds Around. And it was apparently, and it's from 1972. He's a very good singer, I believe. Very few Americans know him that well, but he was a very big artist in England back in the old days, back in the vinyl era, back in the 60s and 70s. And he recorded for a lot of different labels like Decca, Pi, and Philips. So it got around. So, this guy evidently got around. Okay. Now where to play? I think I'll put it right over there. Just to make sure I have the organizational settings of my record collection correct. I try to be meticulous in organizing these record collection things, but I'm not always. And sometimes I have records from one year that are next to records from another year. So, but I always try and put them back in the order that I was intending. Here's Die Spitzenreiter 1959. On I don't know how to say years in German. Sorry. It's a Polydor album. It's a mix-up. It's supposed to have that record, but instead it has Die große Stereo Star Parade. Yeah. Polydor were a German label, and a legendary label. That later went worldwide. Went to very big worldwide. And a huge set of hits all over the world. And I believe it's still active in the UK. Here's another one. Die große Star Parade 1965. Yeah, don't know how to say years in German. It's Stern Music. I don't know how to say years in any language other than English. For whatever reason. Oh, anyway, this has a whole thing of text on the sleeve in all sorts of different languages. Says this record can be played with any modern lightweight pickup. Stereo disc can be reproduced on a mono record player without loss of quality. So apparently they were the first Germans were the first to adopt among the first to adopt the newer needles that came around in the mid '60s, which were somewhat less, could easily handle a stereo record. Could more easily handle a stereo record, but still play it back in mono. But the special stereophonic effect can be obtained only if stereo equipment is employed. To keep this record in good condition, the following points must be observed. Guard against dust, heat, and moisture. Store it either in an absolutely upright position or lying horizontally on a flat surface. Take care when placing a pickup arm on the record or taking it off to avoid scratches. For cleaning purposes, the use of an anti-static clock is recommended. Replace the record in its sleeve as soon as possible after playing. Do not use a damaged or badly worn sapphire or diamond stylus. Good bit of thought to inquire. It's from Stern Music. I used to specialize in collecting German vinyls because the Germans did good vinyl pressings. Because the vinyl stock used in Germany was always sturdy and had clean sound, no matter what needle I dropped on it. The Germans did pretty good with their vinyl stock, from what I read. Europeans and the Japanese did very good with their vinyl stock, from what I read. Here's another Polydor LP. It's Holiday in Germany. From 1968, I assume. Here. It smells of nicotine. Oh, okay. Put that back in here. Here's Spotlight on Trio Hellenic, which is they were a Greek group on German vinyl. Recorded by CNR in Holland. CNR were a big independent label in the Netherlands. Here's the little record in here. It's in stereo. And I'm having a bit of trouble with my there we go. Sorry, I was getting into a stable position. Then I have Let's Dance. With for some The really inappropriate song choices were the Gunter Coleman singers in the medley, namely The Ballad of John and Yoko and Proud Mary. Really ill-fitting song choices for that German vocal group there. There we go. Okay. So let's see how Proud Mary turned out by these guys. How these guys handled Proud Mary. Let's see how these guys handled Proud Mary. That's the wrong lyric, people. Lyric is left a good job in the city. And how about the Ballad of John Hanson? They seem unusually happy about being crucified there. Yeah, it seems they're apparently happy to be crucified. My God. Totally inappropriate. Yeah. Yeah. How do you like how the inappropriate song choices for the Gunnar Coleman singers turned out? Meanwhile, this next album is Olympia Parade, the soundtrack of the Munich Olympics that unfortunately are best known now, that had an unfortunate outcome. They were the scene of one of the first acts of international terrorism ever reported. They were a really tragic story, and I believe the story of the Olympia Parade was made into a movie called Munich from Steven Spielberg back in 2005. So anyway, choice of records from James Last, who must be a staple of the thrift stores over there. Karl Gott, Ralph Angelic, Chris Roberts, Hans Albert, Bert Kaempfer, who wrote several easy listening and pop hits back in the 60s. Karl Gott, Abacus, Reaction. I think that's a group called Netco there. Sadly, no James Brown in there, even though he was recording for that label by that point. Sadly, there are no James Brown albums listed, even though he was recording for that label by that time. Only door to become his new label, 70s. And also began housing the master tapes of stuff he did at King. And actually, there's no James Brown in my collection, sadly. I'm gonna have to invest in some of this stuff somewhere down the line. Here's whoa, whoa. I had to plug in my phone because it disconnected on me. Here's because well, I was on low battery, so I have to plug it in now. And the next album is Hein J's first album of German recordings. This time on Canadian vinyl. Pressed evidently by RCA out in Smith Falls. Ontario. On Polydor, even though the German rights now were on Ariola. So Polydor apparently had the Canadian rights to that album. Alright, and the soundtrack, another movie soundtrack. This time for the movie, the one American Polydor album I have with the jacket and even a sleeve, is Chariots of Fire, music from the original soundtrack by Vangelis. And featuring his very well-known theme song from the film. This is the... Ooh! Siskel and Ebert. Please let it be Siskel and Ebert that they used for that demo tape of Broadcast News. Please let it be that. Please let it be that. And Miss Chariots of Fire LP takes up the entire B-side of that one anyway. And anyway, the B-side of that one contains the whole Chariots of Fire theme on it, which is very well known. Oh no! Rex Reed! What the fuck? Oh no! Oh, there's one from I should have put it in the app, but I didn't get around to it. The stack I tried to show in part 1, but the phone kept glitching on me, so I may have to show it again in another video, a live stream. Blue Angel. This was a group Cyndi Lauper was in before she became famous. Actually, let me go ahead and find that stack now. Stack of records I have that don't have a jacket or a sleeve. Then I keep one on the shelves there. Yeah! Yeah, you would think that Siskel and Ebert would, if on their top 10 list, the movies that were on their top 10 list for 87, you'd think they would make us mention of Siskel and Ebert there. But, you know, why the hell CBS Fox? What the hell CBS Fox? What in God's green earth? Anyway, here are some albums that I have on MGM Records. Sorry, I still was thinking of that. Well, thing there where I slept in Rex Reed. I apparently thought Rex Reed there, even though he's Rex Reed is a bit of a putz these days. And it can be hit or miss with his writings.
when he's fucked up, he's fucked in the head in his writing. He really is fucked in the head in his writing. Anyway, pardon the language, but the next one. All right, pardon that bit of language. Here's some albums that I have on MGM Records. MGM was the big movie label tied to what's the big movie label tied to was a big label tied to a movie studio before Warner Brothers was. And this is an early one of their albums. This is Capricia Espinal, Caucasian Sketches, and Marsha Slav. Recorded by the London Philharmonic Orchestra of London, conducted by William Schechter. I had a bit of trouble pronouncing his name. I believe this is an album from 1953, from what I read in the notes, which mostly just read classical music. When a non-pop album was listed, MGM had pop and classical albums in the same numbering system. Only the pop albums were listed with their titles, and when classical albums probably just as classical music. Okay, and It's All in the Game from Tommy Edwards is the next one. This is on 1958 record with his great hit on there, which was It's All in the Game, one of the prime oldies of the 50s and 60s. High fidelity recording. And the original pressing would have had the same label you saw earlier, which was the long playing Micro Groove one from the early 50s. This is a 1961 to 68 printing of the album, though, because it has it's from after Lowe's and MGM went their separate ways. So it's a pressing from between 1960 and 68, which is the time when MGM and Lowe's had to eventually part their separate ways because of the U.S. versus Paramount ruling. Mm-hmm. Of course, next MGM LP I have. This is Academy Award winners and nominees. So we got Shireen Moore, Call Me Irresponsible, the winners, with Jardini's Wine and Roses, and Love's Many Special Things, and the nominees. And this is from 1960. Let me see what it's from. Academy Award winners and nominees. What is the album from? Well, let's see. Does it give me a little note there? Okay. The follows in miscellaneous theory. Let me see what album this album is from real quick. I'm gonna look through my notes. The notes that I printed out on my computer. On my computer. Like when I started collecting records. This is from 1964. The 1964 release on MGM Records. You know, record companies are usually hit or miss with dating records. So I usually look at notes I print out on my computer to find out when these albums came out. And there's one of the records. It has some hits on there. It has some. There was one that showed on there, which is the More. From the movie Mono King. Oh, wrong. Hold. This is not a gatefold album. It's a double album set, but it's not a gatefold. I don't believe it is a gatefold anyway. Well, I don't believe it's gatefold anyway. You can feel there that it wasn't. I don't have any from MGM's Verb subsidiary yet, but I hope to get some because, well, I just feel like I should have some of Verbs. They were a sister label of MGM, starting in 1961. Okay, and yeah, one of the this has a big hit called. Yeah, this actually had a big hit on side 2 called More from Cal Winding. Cal Winding, I believe, only had that record for a hit. It was a one-hit wonder. Artist. Okay, and what's this next one? This next record's from the 24 Karat Gold series, which had a gold foil cover and used the same labels from the mainline series, and were gatefold albums. So this one is from 1968, and it is 24 Great Karat Hits, a double dozen of all-time bestsellers by Hank Williams. So we got your Cheating Heart, your Cold Cold Heart, Half as Much, Jambalaya on the Bayou, and several others. And this is a release from, as I said, 1968. And in here, you got a bunch of albums from artists who never made it to the series, like The Love and Spoonful, Astro Gilberto, Arthur Price song, I don't think made it in the series. Dr. Zhivago never made it there. Hugh Masekela. But this, yeah, it's from 1968. And it's notable because on all of these, so Hank Williams was on MGM throughout his entire life. He died as a recording artist. He unfortunately died in a car accident in 1953. But his music is obviously very much legendary in all sorts of musical fields, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I read that. Seems like the school assignments that I had on the 80s need to do even more of their research because apparently there were other examples of low price VHS tapes before Top Gun. So anyway, we have the Sounds of Now on MGM Records on the sleeves. We have Sam the Sham, Errol Garner, Herman Sermons, Lady Kazan, Ian and Sylvia, Roy Orbison, who has big hits on Monument. But I went through a clear slump on MGM, unfortunately. And Every Mother's Son, Johnny Tilson, Connie Francis is one of MGM's longest running, I believe, MGM's longest running artists, having been there from 1957 until 69. And a clean-shaven Hank Williams Jr., a shockingly clean-shaven Hank Williams Jr. recorded for MGM in the early days before he became an outlaw. He's better known as an outlaw today, or his outlaw music today. Anyway, back in the I think it was more research when been done than those video center for a bit there. So anyway, as far as these albums are concerned, they're in very good condition, by the way. As far as these albums are concerned, they're compilations of albums MGM, most of the albums that MGM did with Hank after his death. Most of the ones he did in the decades that followed his death were the decades after his death. Most of the time, MGM took his masters and supplied them with very unorthodox backing, so to speak. They had them supplied with, they rechanneled them, they had them in electronic stereo, they had them, but other times they would lace his records with all sorts of unorthodox backing, like that his records didn't originally have. Like, they gave him a full orchestra, and Hank Williams' hits definitely didn't have a full orchestra. Originally. But then they also had him doing prototypical duet. They also took Hank Williams Jr. and had him do the sort of would-be duets with the recordings made by Hank Williams Jr. that kind of predated the experiment Natalie Cole had with her own father on her own volition with the album Unforgettable back in '91. So here's an example of him, of what he would do. This is MGM taking an old Hank Williams record called Your Changing Heart and giving it the Nashville treatment. The then contemporary Nashville treatment. Have a listen to this. A true WTF moment. A true set of WTF moments in MGM's history with the record business. By the way, it took until 1978 for these albums to hear on vinyl in the way they were meant to be heard again. It took until 1978 for that to happen. And that was when Polydor went back and found the old 78 RPM masters of Hank Williams records, and apparently decided to issue them one day. But yeah, I'm happy that little bit of fucking around with his disc had to end it came to an end at some point. It had to end somewhere. But I'm glad it ended it with Polydor getting the rights to his stuff. Because, you say what you will about Polydor's American Horror, but I don't think Williams' records better than MGM did after his death. And those posthumous releases better than MGM. Okay, and the next one is by a group that would become MGM's big ticket artists of the 70s. One of MGM's big ticket artists. So in 1970, in the late years of MGM having a record arm to their name, they hired a guy by the name of Mike Curb to run the label, and he made it into a family entertainment. And he converted its policy. MGM had been through a rocky period in the mid to late 60s on the recording front. Main MGM label was, well, if we read the notes that I've got here, the main MGM label of the in the mid to late '60s was very well known for censoring albums, censoring albums, uh, censoring songs, releasing albums without the artist knowing about them, suppressing them entirely. And known to buy performers from other labels instead of building its own talents. And they lost lost about $18 million between 1967 and 69 on the recording front. They broke even between 1970 and 71. And then they took out $4 million from the attempt to hype up groups from Boston, known as the Bosstown campaign. And then they had all sorts of difficulties with independent record producers that were unsuccessful. But then they planned all sorts of unreal. And many of the records ended up going unsold. And then MGM hired Mike Herb to be the president of the label in 1970. Yes, that Mike Herb, the guy who later became the lieutenant governor of California. And under his direction in 1970, MGM fired 18 groups from the roster who had publicized the use of drugs in their lyrics. Evidently, or at least that was his motive, but in reality, he kept Eric Burdon and the Animals who did so, but he dropped a lot of the other artists that he apparently considered to have those themes, which was just, and it's reportedly just an excuse to get rid of acts that were bombing. So President Nixon praised Mike Herb for his attitude against drug abuse, apparently, and then he became, and then under Mike Herb's direction, it became more of a family-oriented label with likes of Sammy Davis Jr., Petula Clark, and most notably, most of my information ends up coming from, when you spend a lot of your time going on bsnpubs.com, where I printed out a lot of my sheets on music recordings. Yeah, you do get to hear about the first-hand information about the record business. Yeah, you do get a... Okay, I'll drop in the link for the MGM record story anyway. Let's see if I've still got it. So we're going to go here. We lost Michael Lerner today. He was the star of Elf and Barn and Fink. But anyway, let me drop in the link. Anyway, I'm focused on... sorry to hear that. I'll have to tweet that out soon. I never saw Elf, by the way. But I never saw Elf in its entirety, by the way. Anyway. Now, here's the link. There you go. I hope it went through. There you go. Here's your link. Anyway, here's the Osmonds. The Osmonds. As I was about to get to, there's the Osmonds. My mom had a crush on Donnie when she was a girl, which is the main reason why I picked this up. One day. And this was recorded at Fame Studio, home of the Muscle Show Sound, which was very busy in the 50s. Very busy in the 60s and 70s. recorded all sorts of different artists. This one spawned the hit Sweet and Innocent and One Bad Apple. And there were a lot of other artists, a lot of other hits they had. Pretty early 70s too. Early mids, entering the early mid 70s as well. Yeah, I do the same, actually. And believe it or not, so do I. I also go beyond Wikipedia and basic TV tropes pages when I want to look things up. This is I believe Gloria Gaynor, when she was the queen of disco in the 70s, had 3 big hits during her life. 2 of which, over the course of a 10-year period, one big hit every 5 years. So her first hit, Never Could Say Goodbye, was, believe it or not, on MGM, after Polydor took over that label. But MGM was kept around for pop acts up until 1976, when it became a soundtrack label. When it just converted to being a soundtrack label. Here's the next LP I got. David Lean's the soundtrack of the original soundtrack album. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer presents a Carlo Ponti production, David Lean's film of Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago. This was a massive seller. One of MGM's massive sellers on both the recording and on the movie front back in the 60s. And for some reason, they only used the front part of... This is a Canadian copy, and for some reason, they used only the front and the back part, the front part of the outer and inner gatefold for this one. This is apparently a cheap reissue from Polydor up in Canada. It's from 1973. And here it is. This one. Maurice Jarre performed the score of that one and a lot of other movies that Hollywood did. Here's the only album I have on DJM Records, a label that was eventually bought out by Polygram, and which is best known for recording Elton John in the UK, at least, and had the international rights to his stuff, and the non-US, non-Canadian rights to his stuff at the time. But, yeah. I was surprised. Because I actually made a 1967 top 10 list of the likes of Clifford Terry, who was Roger Ebert's first rival at the Tribune in 1967. And I'm led to believe it was widely acclaimed. And it obviously was a very popular film back in the 60s. Here's Away with Words from... Anyway, but the only DGM album I have is not by Elton John. It's by Carl Smith, a country artist who was on his way down in the 70s, which is when all these recordings date from. And this album is Away with Words. And this compiles his Hickory. And mostly his Hickory stuff. It's from JJM. Again, best known for Elton John. recordings outside the U.S. and releasing Ellen John stuff outside of the U.S. and Canada. This is a 1976 release. Away with words. Well, there could be some Columbia stuff in there. I don't know. I've listened to a few of the albums. They were pretty interesting, even if they weren't really big hits back in the day. And here's one album that I have on one only album I have on Geffen Records. Don Henley's "Building the Perfect Beast," from back when Geffen was distributed by Warner Brothers. Huh. Don Henley. And this is from this album is from. Anyway, this Don Henley's "Building the Perfect Beast" with the song "The Voice of Summer," which is one of the best songs in the 80s, I think. One of the best produced. And this is from 1980. One of the more symbolic songs of the 80s, I would presume. And this is a Columbia House printing. Geffen was later bought out by MCA and became part of the Universal Music Group in 2005 and ended up succeeding MCA, buying him. Geffen has the rights, I believe, to the pop catalog of MCA now. MCA and its predecessors and the labels MCA bought out. We bought out. Okay, so having gone through that, let me go ahead and show you some LPs that I have on Sony Music / CBS. Well, for most of the vinyl era, it was CB. For much of the vinyl era, it was CBS. I don't have any post-CBS Columbia LPs. Almost all my post-CBS Columbia and Epic stuff is on CD or cassette. These are the vinyl LPs I have from the Columbia and Epic half of CBS / Sony Music. This is a Columbia LP Masterworks record, the music of Stephen Foster from Andre Kostelanetz and his orchestra. This comes on a green sort of label there. Has some decent renditions of his tunes. Like also Xana, which, if you watched Bluey, you recognize that as the chiptune music playing in some green cards. In some episodes, anyway. And this is an early 10-inch. That was an early. Anyway, this is an early 10-inch Columbia LP. It's from 1951, I believe. And the rest of the Columbia, I don't have a lot of 10-inch LPs, but I always pick them up whenever I find them. I like buying 10-inch LPs whenever I find them. I don't have many, but here's the next one. All the rest of the CBS Columbia LPs, by the way, that I have are all on 12-inchers. This is "Good Night, Dear Lord" by Johnny Mathis. It's a religious one. It's from I believe the only religious outing from Johnny Mathis. It's from 1958, according to the notes I found online. And Columbia phonographs, which I heard weren't all that great as far as reproduction. Obviously didn't last too long in the phonograph business. They didn't last too long in the phonograph business, and in the fit, they tried to do phonograph. They're, I think, the oldest label that's been around. They've been around since 1887. The U.S. Columbia label. Oh well, Columbia overall has been around since Records has been around overall since 19. I'm sure Pauline Kael's review of Raiders of the Lost Ark does swing like a crystal ball. Anyway, here's the album itself. It's got the 6i label, which Columbia used throughout the 50s and into 1962. Oh, well, they used to throughout the mid to late 50s, anyway. They started using it in 1954, 55. I'll have to look at it again. And, yeah, Columbia has been around in the recording business since 1887. 1887. 1887. Columbia's been around since 1887 in the recording business. They're the oldest record label around, and they're the oldest label that's still active. And they did make their own phonographs in the early days. Every record company in the early days of phonograph records make their own phonographs. They stopped making their own, I think, around 1950, 1960, around the 1920s or 30s. But they made their own again in the 50s, but they didn't sell too well, and heard they were rather shoddy in sound. They're underwhelming in the sound quality department. So, here's a sing-along with Mitch Miller and the gang. He did a lot of sing-along albums for Columbia, and he was also the guy who ran the label during for much of the 50s and up until 1965. He was hired in 1950, so he ran Columbia throughout the 50s and into 1965. And his bread and butter was novelty tunes and old time songs and novel singles. Which the more serious an artist was, the more serious a Columbia artist was, the more annoying that artist was at Mitch's preferences as far as song selections at times. Here's the other side of Sing Along with Mitch, by the way. And he did a lot of these. A lot of albums throughout his time as the head of Columbia Records. Instead of simply recording for them. He didn't just record for Columbia Records, he also ran the label back in those days. He gave up that post, I think, around 1965 when he went to MCA and Decca. And he would milk these novelty songs that he loved so much for. There's Mitch Miller and the Sing-Along, or the Mitch Miller and the Gang albums, which sold very well, obviously. They sold well enough to keep him between these albums, and he sold well enough to put him on TV at one time. He was on TV on NBC with his Sing-Along Gang, which included a young Bob McGrath, later of Sesame Street. No, that's not him over there. That was Bob over there, but it's not. But Bob was a member of Mitch Miller's Sing-Along Gang, the late Bob McGrath. from Sesame Street was in the sing-along game before the Sesame Street show started. It's very long run. And it's even got a little sheet so you can sing along with every song on the LP. There's still more sing along with Mitch there. And do I have all these sing along with Mitch? Oh, we'll get to that in a little bit. I also have all of these sing along with Mitch. We'll get to that in a little bit. First of all, here's a biggie on Columbia Masterworks. Camelot, with the Broadway cast recording with Julie Andrews and Richard Byrne. This is my longtime copy of this one from the New York Public Library. This was originally purchased from the New York Public Library. And this is the mono copy. This was released, I think, in 1960. From memory. But this one was very affected by the flood. It's got huge little scrapes up there. It's scratched from top to bottom, just over the place. It's in very bad condition. Very, very, very bad condition. This album is in really bad condition. Condition that should send it to bed without supper. Here's the original, and here's a record in far better condition than this. Diddums. It's better condition. I have never seen an episode of Malcolm in the Middle in its entirety, but I've heard it was good, so I'll have to check that out. Anyway, this is the stereo version of the Broadway cast for Camelot, which is designed for use on 33 1/3 RPM stereophonic reproducers. And this even has the original card. It was in there. Little paper thing. It was pasted inside there originally. When was this recorded? It opened on December 3rd, 1960 at the Majestic Theater in New York. And here's, and it's a great musical, by the way. One of the all-time best. With the Broadway cast recording. I think Roger Ebert was the only one that gave the 1967 film version of it a good review. At the time, it was a pretty... the 67 one was obviously a very troubled production for Warner Brothers. And the film that caused it to Warner Brothers to... Jack Warner to quit the studio and caused Warner Brothers to eventually adopt location shooting for its movies. Because, well, people weren't in the mood. Most people weren't, because quite a few people had not really been in the mood after Bonnie and Clyde to sit through a film set in merry old London, but evidently filmed in merry old Southern California at that time. So, yeah. But my mom likes the 67 film version as well. And that one was a and the 67 Camelot, by the way, was a roadshow engagement in a lot of cities. Anyway, Holiday Sing Along with Mitch. This is his Christmas album. I believe MGM UA also issued a tape of the television episode that was tied to, but I can't find it. for whatever reason. Even when I go to look up MGMUA book boxes. I know it got one because it was listed in a catalog. Or at least I'm led to believe it did. Yeah. It's sure. Yeah, it was. From memory. The first, Bonnie and Clyde was the first movie Roger Ebert ever championed. This one smells of, I think some wood. This one has a distinct scent of, rag paper. Rags, isn't it? There's another record with the distinct that was perhaps unintentional. Distinct and possibly unintentional scent. I actually like that song. My keep standing on there. Okay, I don't know. And anyway, I have no idea if the MGMUA, since I've never seen a copy of the MGMUA tape of Holiday Sing Along with Mitch, even though I know it exists, I have no idea if MGM used the old kinescope or used a color tape, VHS, or used a color videotape for the master, because NBC wiped a lot of their color tapes, unfortunately. So, yeah, here's the only Bobby Vinton album I own on Epic, no less. Roses Are Red from 1962. And apparently, the liner notes stated that he was a band leader before this, who worked in so he became the hero of one of the industry's most successful, most gratifying success stories when his Roses Are Red emerged as a summertime hit of 1962. Leading the villain cheering session were Brenna Lee, Connie Francis, homophobic cunt that I don't want to name, Dion, Bobby Rydell, Tony Orlando, and Bobby V. Well, it's been a month since I recorded anything from. Well, it's been over a month now since I recorded anything. Well, since I've uploaded any recording I made using the Puffer website that was tied to Stanford University. But this is a record that makes me think of the city where all the stations in the Puffer website are located. It's I Left My Heart in San Francisco from Tony Bennett. And this is a 1962 Columbia LP. And he released his most recent album at the age of 95, which has got to account for incredible longevity on this part. This comes in its original and beat and sleeve, slightly beat, which is slightly beat up. It just has the Columbia logo there. It comes with its original sleeve, which is slightly beaten up, and it has the original Columbia logo there. This is, I think, an early 2i Columbia LP. It's got the one of the Walking Eye logos on either side of the record, and the black 360 degree. This is, I think, the first variation of that label, which has 360 degrees sounds, 360 sound stereo, 360 sound at the bottom. I quite like Tony Bennett's. He was around for much of my childhood in the 2000s. He was still active in my childhood and very popular in my childhood. Quite popular to some degree among the adult television and media consumers of the era of my childhood, which was in the early 2000s, actually. Now, here's the only Simon and Garfunkel vinyl I have, but I should buy more. Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme, with Homeward Bound, A Daily Conversation, and some others. Powerful Wednesday. And this is, I think, a pressing from 68. From between 1968 and 1969, because it's got promos for Mandy Williams, for stuff that came out during that time frame, like Gary Puck in the Union Camp out of there. O.C. Smith, who had the biggest hit version of Little Green Apples. Woman. The soundtrack of the movie Funny Girl. Heaven in Central Park, Barbra Streisand, and Jim Neighbors, who was a fairly big recording artist on Columbia back in the 60s, and it's obviously been played a lot, but I don't think it's on its way out, this pressing. This pressing has been played a lot, but I don't think it's on its way out orally. I may have to buy a new copy if it is about to be on the way out, about to have had it. Hasn't had it yet, though. I don't think it's had it yet. Oh. How was that? Here's the best of 1966, Volume 2, with A Taste of Honey, The King of the Road, as recorded by Tony Bennett. Ray Conniff doing King of the Road for some reason. Jerry Vale doing Sunrise, Sunset, trying to remember, for Robert Goulet. Who was a pretty long runner on Columbia Records back in the 60s. He was there throughout the decade into the early 70s. A lot of these were artists on this album were on the best 66 Volume 2 were around for much of the they were around for much of the they were on Columbia for throughout the 60s and into the early 70s, and Barbra Streisand is the only one out of these who has recorded for Columbia for way longer than that. I'm not sure. Sure what in the 50s. I'm not sure if the 50s could be described as that. I'll have to look that up. But here is that, and it's got the 1965 variation of it where you got the added arrows, which were added in 1963. And everything in white. except for the album title or the artist name and the track listing. I am, as far as the 50s are concerned, I'm not really sure what kind of decade it was for Hollywood. I do know it was a decade where Hollywood had to, it evidently did struggle with TV after the Paramount U.S. versus Paramount ruling, which required all of its studios to divest itself of ties to the movie theaters. And when television came around, it took a while for the studios to get used to it. But evidently, many did, eventually. And then there were studios like Columbia got in on it very early on. And we have got on the ball of TV very, very early on. Columbia got the TV owner early on, and Fox got soon thereafter, and then there's also United Artists and some TV shows, and Warner Brothers did TV shows, and eventually by 1968, Paramount had obviously stamped their name on television. So by 1968, all the studios had gone into TV. Oh, wow, that was interesting time. Let's just say the 80s were an interesting time for Hollywood. And speaking of 80s, we'll get to some records I have from that time frame eventually. Now, what about these late 1961s late 60s ones they have? Okay, let's start with Bob Dylan's greatest hits. This is the 1960s. He was another long runner on Columbia Records. Been there. Another artist who's been on Columbia for most of his life. Or almost all of his life. Except for a brief period when he was on Asylum. But he's been on Columbia for most of his career, actually. And he's still on there. One of Columbia's longest running artists. And this is evidently an 80s pressing because it's got a UPC code on there, which the original pressing definitely wouldn't have. It's pretty beaten up on the record inside. The record inside is pretty beaten up. This is an 80s reprint. It originally came out, I think, in 1967 or 66. Yeah. Documentaries are usually found, I think, in the larger parts of the country. And you usually find smaller foreign films and independent films and documentaries in larger cities. So here's another one that I've got on Columbia in 1966, I believe. This is Andy Williams' Born Free. He had a hit with a vocal rendition of the song. He had another artist who's been on Columbia for much of the 60s and up until around 77 or 8, or maybe have to look at that again. Got a lot of hits there back in those days. On the album front, it seemed to really count as far as his work is concerned. I'm gonna put his name. John the next few albums, the next few albums that I have are Canadian copies of Columbia LPs, beginning with Jerry Murad's Harmonicat's Greatest Hits, which is playable on mono equipment. For best results, use stereo needle. And one way you can tell a Canadian copy of a Columbia LP is if it doesn't have the New York address, if that's been wiped out on the back cover, and also if it says printed in Canada in the text ring. That's one way to tell them apart. I'll get to another soon. Ah. Here's Tonight Carmen from Marty Robbins. Again with the marked out address there. We're at 51 West 52nd Street, New York, for much the CBS era. Or I believe starting 66 or something. Then, well, better or worse, I come to my one and only full-length Jim Neighbors album. This is his Christmas record from '68. He had a pretty interesting life. He was obviously the star of Gomer Pyle USMC, and he cut a lot of records for Columbia and later for Ranwood. And he also worked with Burt Reynolds, and he also was known for singing Back Home Again in Indiana at a lot of Indy 500 races. And up until 2014. And he ended his life with a same-sex marriage to Stan Cadwallader, who was his longtime manager. And here's another way to tell Columbia Canadian LPs apart. It's got the text saying manufactured by Columbia Records of Canada Limited, Reg TM owner Columbia. That was on their that text screen was on their LPs from that label design hung around in Canada from 1968 or 69 up until 1973 when they adopted the all-around Columbia label. When the Canadian arm of Columbia adopted the all-round label, all-round Columbia name label. Here's Percy Faith plays the Academy Award winner Born Free and other movie themes. And this one is from 1966, I think. 67, I think. Most of these. And yeah, there seems to be a lot of them. There's a lot of independent and foreign films getting traction. Though, oddly enough, CNN still remains slanted in its coverage of the movies to Hollywood product. Even when it was drifting to mostly remakes and reboots. as evidenced by the 2014 All the Best, All the Worst special, which makes no mention of Boyhood, which was that year's most widely acclaimed movie. How can you do a show on 2014 film and not mention Boyhood? You know? Or, and give airtime to, Maleficent, but not, it's funny, they were willing to give airtime in All the Best, All the Worst special, in the movie portion of the segment, to Maleficent, but I couldn't afford any for Boyhood, or Maps to the Stars, which play in the UK back in 2014. Didn't get here until 2015 for some reason, even though it was made in Hollywood. Or Foxcatcher, or a lot of vintage. And they didn't even bring up Selma, which was a great movie. They didn't even bring up Selma. I love that film. It's Selma. Well, anyway, here is now that I've drawn all the barbs I felt like at that All the Best, All the Worst 2014 specials movies segment. Oh, and by the way, the whole thing is on YouTube. I posted it out there if you want to see it. Anyway, this next one is LP I have is Andy Williams' Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. With his rendition of the song from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which is very well known. One of Al David's most well known compositions. Burt Bacharach had died recently, unfortunately. It says their Columbia Stereo Records can be played on today's mono record players with excellent results. They will last as long as mono records play on the same equipment. It will reveal full stereo sound when playing on stereo record players. So, and it's got two sets of liner notes there. That's a gatefold. There's a sleeve. Remember, it always happens first on records. So what do we have as far as the promotion for that time? Tony Bennett sings The Greatest Hits of the Day, which was a particularly infamous album in his discography. Not very well-liked album in his discography, and not even well-liked by Tony Bennett. Anyway, he actually threw up before the session started for that one. More Today and Yesterday, which was the only hit scored by Spiral Staircase. Carlos Santana, Bridge Over Troubled Water, which is a great album. Laura Nero. Janis Joplin, John Davidson, his early days. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Sorry, I can't quite get his voice there. So I'm trying to get his voice there, and I just can't get it. I just cannot get it. I just cannot properly interpret Johnny Cash's distinctive voice. And Johnny Cash was another long runner on Columbia Records. Then I have the Ray Price Christmas album. This I found in the record store one day. And this is from 1969, so a year before his biggest hit on the pop charts, which is For the Good Times. He was a very well-known country artist before and after that. Okay, so here are the next albums. I had to take some records out of the top, a few records out of the tie into Mario Heavy because of, well, because my phone's still charging. What's my phone at? 29%. Anyway, I have the US printing of Barbra Streisand's Greatest Hits. I also have a UK one, which I'll get to later. This one has promos for all of her albums on the back. All of her albums up to that point, anyway. This, I believe, is a 71 printing. A printing from sometime in late 1971. And it's in very nice condition and made out of the flood easily. The jackets have seen better days, though. Leslie Duncan, British backup singer. Mashavino Orchestra with John McLaughlin, Years Are Mounting Flame. Santana again. SQ Quantify, which was beginning to come into the scene in 1971. And this is one of the earliest albums released on SQ. Quantify, getting a reservation for the Raiders. Chicago's Carnegie Hall. Fireside Theater with I Think We're All Bozos on This Bus. That one had young Phil Proctor in it, who later became the voice of Phil on Rugrats. Free Movement, I Found Someone of My Own. Miles Davis. You can take a Miracle from Laura Nero. Miles Davis. I've got to get some of those albums at some point. And here, it was from after, and it's also from after Columbia started using the All Around label, which they began using in July of 1970, and have used all the way up until 1991. So it lasted 2 decades, just lasted 21 years. Amazing longevity. Amazing as far as longevity. Anyway, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap's Greatest Hits from 1970, I believe. This was released in June of 1970, but this pressing is evidently from many months later because it uses the July 1970 all-round Columbia label. And the most commonly encountered variant of that is one where it says this, or Columbia Marcus Red Printing USA. Which can be found in all sorts of different colors and shades and hues. And I have Janis Joplin's last album, Pearl, on vinyl. This is a 1971 release, but I believe this is a 80s printing again, because I take this out. It's got the handwritten matrix number, which the original pressing definitely didn't have. It was machine stamped. The first pressings of that one usually had machine stamped things there. For some reason, it keeps going to pink on a label. It keeps flickering between red and pink on camera in the stream. The label does. By the way, the color doesn't actually change on these labels in real life. Anyway, the color on these labels used on these LPs doesn't actually change in real life. It only changes on my phone's camera. It doesn't actually flicker like that in real life. Here's a Ray Conniff album, the only one I have of his. We've only just begun. From 1971, I believe. Another 1971 release. These are all the albums I have from Sony/CBS in the consolidated series. Whoa! Cancel. Oh. Ah. Tarantino. Oh, Tarantino. You didn't say any kind words about the 50s. Here's disc itself, or oh yeah, I think they were beginning to make some Matrix, doing handwritten Matrix numbers. Their pressing plants back in the 70s, moving away from machine stamps. You had characterized by beforehand. Since I will be using the phono for the rest of the time frame, I just switched back to the Bluetooth phono. Here is Andy Williams, anyway, with Love Story, the theme from it. That he sang and had a big hit with the vocal version of the song around the same time the movie was a hit. Oh. I have an issue of video from November of 1988, which is a prominent cover story about E.T.'s video release. Well, a magazine called V. Actually, I believe the name of the magazine was V. It also had an article from Roger Ebert. And a guest article from Roger Ebert. The same issue. Let me see if I can find it. Yep, here it is. That's Roger Ebert's guest article in V magazine. Yeah, the little picture he took of himself there at the video store. Okay, back on the vinyl track, we have On the Roof, the London cast recording this time. And I believe one of the first of many performances from Topol in the role of Tevye in that musical. The role was originally played on Broadway by Zero Mostel. And I played this on the day I found out that he died, as a tribute to him. And now, this is a 1971 reissue on Columbia. This is a 1980s reprint. This is originally a Sony One reissue on Columbia Masterworks, but this is a reissue from the 80s on this printing is from the 80s on CBS Masterworks. And it's got a G in the dead wax, so it's from their Carrollton, Georgia plant, which only opened in 1981. Only opened for business in 1981. Their main plants were Terre Haute, which is marked by a T in the dead wax, and Pitman, New Jersey, which was marked by a P in the dead wax. And the P1 mainly served the East Coast. And they also had a plant in Santa Maria, which was marked by an S in the dead wax. So here's Kenny Loggins with Jim Messina Synonym. This is another Canadian copy, as you can see from that. It features the song Daddy's Song, which is a classic rock staple. Their version is a classic rock staple. The version that was a pop hit was from Anne Murray. Who incidentally was a Canadian artist. And there it is. Key shot of this being a Canadian copy. Key bit of knowledge of this being a Canadian copy. Next one. Matt Davis, Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me. This is a guy who died in 2020, I believe. And with the and this one has the blacked out American references. And that little stamp over there, which means it's a Canadian copy. And this is the first variation of the all-round Canadian version of the all-round Columbia label. Somehow it reflects in pink. They have it that way. Maybe I'll turn to another way over there. And there we go. And this is the verse variation where it says manufactured by Columbia Records of Canada Limited, Reg TM owner Columbia. And a prime early 70s hit for Mac Davis. Or very like because I don't know what happened. I'll have to read the article again. I think Universal was a little bit about piracy and stuff. Hearing about people getting so much of their hopes up that they end up pirating the thing. About so much of their hopes about ET up that they end up pirating the thing. But yeah, if they were concerned about piracy, maybe they should have released it Ryan 82, AT on tape, Ryan 82, instead of having to wait 6 years. So here's Angel Clare's. Here's Angel Clare, anyway, from Art Garfunkel. This was his first solo album. And the rather unsung end of the Simon and Garfunkel equation. This had the big hit, All I Know, on it. Columbia Records of Canada Limited. It's noted there. This is a great album. I believe he was a guest on Arthur at some point, the PBS show. PBS Kids show, which is off the air now. Then I have an Epic release in the numbering system. Same Epic and CBS, all the CBS distributed labels, starting in 1970 here in the States, chart a numbering system. So this is Charlie Rich, and this has The Most Beautiful Girl. This is the album with The Most Beautiful Girl, which was, I believe, a #1 pop and country hit. A rare #1 hit on both the pop and the country charts. Back in the 70s. There weren't that many. So, there were a few records that hit #1 on both of those charts, but the Most Beautiful Girl evidently did. For Charlie Rich, product of CBS. Slide it back in here. And here's Earl Scruggs Dueling Banjos with Earl with his rendition of the song from the film Deliverance, which I'm told is one of the most important and most brutal films I ever made. I have a New Zealand pressing of the Australian DVD of that one, by the way. And this is another Canadian LP, as you can tell from that bit of text there. And evidently one from after 1976. This album originally came out in 73. And this is the second variation, manufactured by CBS Records Limited, Reg TM owner Columbia. And it's got a bit blurry there. There it is. But here's the record. A bit blurry, but I got the record there. Okay. I also have another Broadway cast recording to get to. On Columbia Masterworks. This time it is A Little Night Music with the original Broadway cast. It's a great musical from Stephen Sondheim, for the late Stephen Sondheim, and this is known for spawning the hits and the Clowns, which is one of my all-time favorite show tunes. Alright, good night to you, Patrick Shields. Anyway, 1, 2, 4, and anyway, we reached the 4th hour of the stream, which is amazing. I'm doing it for 4 hours straight. I've gone there for 4 hours straight. What a time. What a real time for me. And now, this is another good album there. I think it's available for free on our website. Janician's Between the Lines from the Rainbow Collection, who I know very little about. I tried looking it up one time and I still don't know what it was. I'm trying looking up this Rainbow Collection thing multiple times and I still don't know what the hell it is. I've seen it on a couple of albums. I've seen it on this album. I've also seen it on Don McLean's American Pie. I don't know what this Rainbow Collection thing is or what it refers to. And this apparently is a promotional copy. It's got their thing there. Demonstration, not for sale. There's a promotional pressing of Genesceans between the lines there. It's a promo copy, apparently. This one features the hit at 17, which I think was her biggest pop hit. I reckon. I reckon that was her biggest pop hit. Okay, let's... Alright. Hold on a second there while I try to get the record in. Did I get it in? Did I? There we go. And this is a 1975 release. And this is another demonstration not for sale stamp on the back. Anyway, I did tell Pop Culture 0247, I believe that user's name is, that I had some Billy Joel albums. Well, here's the first one I'm showing in this video. It is Turnstiles. I love Billy Joel, man. And this is from 1976. And all of his albums have the Family Productions logo in some capacity. And it's always at the top of the otherwise regular Columbia label. I believe he had ties to that label, which originally did business with Paramount Records. He released the original mix of Cold Spring Harbor, I think it was, in the Paramount label. In conjunction with Family Productions, of course. And, alright. I have a couple of copies of Bat of Hell Meatloaf album. This is, I think, the original 1977 release of that one. It's got the original label design, no less, which has the bullseye target label that Epic was using from 1973 to 79 worldwide. Well, in most countries. They didn't even make it to UK until 76, that label design for Epic Records. And UK got Epic relatively late. It didn't even debut in the UK until 71. And I didn't even think it would be in Europe until 71 either, so. This is going to be a bit of an exhausting job to get all these records out, for show them to you without the benefit of a truly bright light. Yep, dead. And, yep, it's dead on the overhead light. The overhead light. Yep, the overhead light is dead. And, long dead. And, been dead for a long time now. I hope it gets replaced soon. Also, my having to go back and forth between my bed and the shelf because of the fact that I also have to charge my phone while doing a live stream at the same time, which is always difficult. Okay, here's the next LP. And I have it's the other copy of Bat of Hell I have in the jacket. This one's a reprint from, I believe, after 1979. Because it's got the newer Epic logo there, and obviously released in conjunction with Cleveland International, who handle this stuff, and Jim Steinmans, and also Ellen Foley. Here's the next album, Billy Joel's. From 1977. This one is known for featuring the hit Just the Way You Are, which has been covered by a lot of artists. Okay. It's pretty beaten up. It's a bit rough. And how about we show 52nd Street as well? There's another great album of his, and this also features big hits, Big Shot, Honesty, and Business. And I was about to, I had to do a little bit of business in the text side of things with my mom there. Unfortunately, though, this style has a pretty big crack in it, so I'm going to have to buy another vinyl LP copy of this one. Table. I bought the cassette version of this when it happened. And yep, once again, the Family Productions logo up there. Next one is The Last Hurrah of Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., at least as a duo. Marilyn and Billy. Side A is disco recordings. Side B has the regular ballads. Yeah, I had the sleeve in upside down. I found this one at a thrift store and bought it when it was closing down. I bought this one from a store called Threads when it was closing down in early 2015. And there's the back of the sleeve. And I have Milo's Dead Ringer album. Cherish featured as a guest vocalist on that song. I don't have any proper Cher studio albums. Just have a compilation of hers on LP. On the LP side of things. Yeah, it's pretty beaten up by now. It's beaten up by now, but I can still play it. A lot of my rock LPs from the 80s are pretty beaten up. Well, yeah, that's how it is in a lot of record stores. You often encounter most of the rock LPs you are likely to encounter in the record shop are beat up to some degree or other. Oh! I have no idea what the hell that was. I'll have to find out what the hell it was after the stream is done. Won't mean. Hold on. You have to find it out. I don't know what the hell that was. I'm just trying to reorganize some of the records that I have by the numbers which appeared in the CBS consolidated series. I hope you appreciate me taking the time to do so, because it's obviously not easy to do. There's so many that were at least different periods, and they may not all have the same number. They may not be all released at the same time. Some may be released earlier than others. Some of them may have gone out the door earlier than others. Okay, let's sit back down. And I'll show you. I'm going to sit back down and I'm going to show you Billy Joel's Glass Houses. This is a 1980 album on Columbia, spawning his hits. A pretty beat up copy of the 1980 Columbia album he did. Very beat up, even the sleeve is beat up. And it's caught all sorts of pattern scratches all over the place. And this one has, of course, the big hit, You May Be Right, and Still Rock and Roll to Me on it. And it's in a very, very bad condition, unfortunately. It's also, it doesn't say it on the label, but it's for promotion only. Ownership reserved by CBS. Sale is unlawful. Much like the Dead Ringer album, believe it or not. This Dead Ringer copy also had that stamp on there. Little stamp. Here's Meatloaf, producer of here's Meatloaf producer Jim Steinman with an album called Bad for Good, the only album I think he caught on his own. This originally had a 7-inch single, but it was broken when I found it, so I had to throw it out. I may have to buy another copy of that one. It's pretty rare, and this was an album he cut when he was having a big. This was the album he caught on his own when he had a very big feud with Meatloaf over the creative control of the album Dead Ringer, and over creative differences that they encountered during the making of the album Dead Ringer. And during that, Meatloaf decided to do away with Jim Steinman, so Jim Steinman went off on his own and did his own album, and it did not sell at all. I think it sold. It ended up being another album that I would say sold Bluey's Magic Xylophone to the record store. It did badly. It did horribly, this album. And as would be the case, as per his standard, a lot of the songs Jim Steinman wrote followed him around to different artists that he worked with. Whenever Jim Steinman was working with any artist at all, he would usually take several of the same songs that he already recorded with them. And trot them around. And Meatloaf didn't even get back to working with Jim Steinman up until the early 90s, when the Bat of Hell 2 thing came about. Okay, on to the next LP. Double LP set of Willie Nelson and Family, music from the original soundtrack of Honeysuckle Rose, which I have the big W, Warner VHS of, with, of course, complete with vertical roll. So I may have to buy an older VCR or an older TV to watch it. Movie on that tape. I don't think I'm not sure if it even made the Warner Archive collection as far as digital media. It's a 1980 movie, a 1980 LP. Willie Nelson was originally at RCA, but he's been at Columbia since 1975, I believe. Columbia and its successors, anyway. CBS and its successors. Sony Music. Oh, man. And been in the family for quite a long time, as the condition states. And played a lot. It was played a lot in the house, which may account for the fact it's all scratched up by now. I've got another one, and for why the jacket's being up and stuff. So here's Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, which I think was his biggest pop hit, if I'm not mistaken, as a solo artist. This is from 1982. One of his big solo pop hits. It was either up there with his big solo hits, or it was his biggest solo hit. And let me put this back in the sleeve. There's a good discography done on CBS's. Well, most of the CBS is consolidated numbering systems. It was done by Better Year Entertainment. If he's watching, check that out. You can. He did that discography for Discogs. Okay, next, I have the biggest selling album of all time, the highest selling album ever made, Michael Jackson's Thriller. I have it in my hands. I'm one of a great many people who have it in their hands. This is from 1982. And it sold a lot. This was a massive, massive seller all over the world. Very big album on Epic. From 1980s. There it is. And a spawner of many big hits like Thriller, Thriller's Mine, Duet with Paul McCartney, Beat It, and Billie Jean. Yep, as I said, the biggest selling album of all time. Just about everyone you know probably has a copy of it somewhere. Probably everyone you ever know and probably everyone you ever met somehow has managed to have a copy of it at some point in their lives. Here's Eddie Murphy. First stand-up comedy album. Now, this is the original cover, which did not have the parental advisory stamp on there. The original cover did not. That was added to the cover in 1990 when it came out on CD. And the parental advisory, and that checks out because this is a 1982 printing, and the album and the parental advisory sticker only became a thing on albums in 1984, I believe, 1984, 85. Let's see. And on the recording front, Eddie Murphy would later, he would become most famous as a movie and a TV star. But as a recording star, his big hit would come in 1985 when with the single "Party All the Time," which was taken off this album. How could it be? And that one being co-produced by Rick James. Believe it or not. Here's now on the means to cut Bill and Billy Joel's Nylon Curtain with Allentown and Pressure being the big hits. And there's also Good Night Saigon on there. 1982 release. I have two notable albums recorded by Bruce Springsteen during the 80s. This is one of them, Nebraska. From 1982. And he was another long runner on Columbia Records. Been there since 1973. And this one's really dirty. This pressing is really dirty on side one. It's mostly well kept otherwise, but it's and the jacket and the sleeve are pretty beaten up. Look at that. Jacket and the sleeve. Really in a really miserable state. From what I can see. Here's Born in the USA from Bruce Springsteen. And this is when the also on cassette thing was starting to appear on CBS LPs on all the labels. And this one has the biggie, Born in the USA. I think it was the biggest selling album of Bruce Springsteen's career and one of the definitive 80s albums. No 80s family was without this LP, I'm sure. This was also from when the down arrow symbol was starting to appear on CBS LPs. I think it started appearing on them in 1982 or 3. And I come across to the Charlie Daniels Band, a decade of hits. From 1983. A pretty beat up epic record. I think their biggest 2 hits on the pop end of things were The Devil Went Down to Georgia and Uneasy Rider. And they also had a hit with Still in Saigon. I think they did. But I think that was mainly country here. I'll have to look that up. And that one was done after. A lot of people still call it Saigon. A lot of people their age still call it Saigon. But the capital of Vietnam, actually, which is the name of the city, which is the capital of Vietnam, actually changed its name to Ho Chi Minh City in 1975. Here's hoping you know that. Here's Billy Joel's An Innocent Man. Which was Billy Joel's doo-wop album, and its release meant that Columbia finally had one to call their own. Finally had a golden age rock and roll type album to call their own. Because Columbia didn't record a lot of golden age rock and roll stuff because it was run by, as I said, it was run by Mitch Miller, and Mitch Miller hated rock and roll music. Of course, so he wouldn't let Columbia touch it in any degree. By and large. Here's another big one, this time on Portrait. She's So Unusual from Cyndi Lauper, another big record of the 80s, known for spawning Girls Just Want to Have Fun, which remains her best known hit, but she's recorded a lot of others. She was a pretty big overall artist in the 80s, one of the most visible CBS artists of the 80s, particularly in the WWF, as it was then known. what's now the WWE. Anyway. And two of her other big hits are on this album. They are She Bop and Money Changes Everything, I think. And Time After Time. I think, quite a number of her best known hits are on here. And Girls Just Want to Have Fun, as I said, remains the best known of her many hits today. Here's well, this has gotten a bite taken out of it. It's the Hooters' Nervous Night, 1985 release. And that also on cassette thing had been removed from there by this time because the CD was starting to take traction around that time. And one of its introducers, one of the companies that introduced it was Columbia in conjunction with Sony. And this actually came from the Brooklyn Public Library. This copy came from the Brooklyn Public Library, believe it or not. Next, the only vinyl LP, the one only vinyl LP that I own from Weird Al Yankovic. A copy of that is Dare to Be Stupid. This man is a great man. Weird Al is. This is from 1985. What a genius this guy is. He's always been a real genius as far as music is concerned. Hooked on Polkas, you know the words. I'm trusting you did as of 1985 to the Songs Night Medley. Which are What's Love Got to Do With It, Sharp Dressed Men, Steve Shock, Better Than Modern Love, Order of a Lonely Heart, We're Not Gonna Take It, 99 Left Balloons, Footloose, The Reflex, Bang Your Head and Relax. And he's still active, although he hasn't released a full album since 2014. And I really love the Weird the Al Yankovic story biopic that was done, spoof biopic that was done on Roku channel. Anyway, here's the only album I have with only the sleeve. I've lost the jacket a long time ago, or my mom did anyway when she bought it. I've had this album a long time ago and lost the jacket to it. The Promise, recorded by a group called Sade. 1985 on Portrait. This one has the big hit on there called well, I thought it had the song Smooth Operator on it. I don't, it apparently doesn't. Let me look at the track listing again. Nope, not on here. Darn it. And here's the Cyndi Lauper's True Colors. I have her 3 80s solo albums on LP. They've been in our family for a very long time. Let's, and this one's have been through the war. This one took a bit of a beating in the flood. the big hits on there were a revival of What's Going On, and of course the title cut, which was a classic universe, and Change of Heart as well. But I haven't heard that one until I played a 45 that I have of Change of Heart. I haven't heard that one until I played a 45 of it at some point. And yeah, this LP is basically the jacket and the sleeve have taken quite a beating and have had it. They're starting to have had it. Now here's a real odd arrangement. This one is a copyright to Phonogram Limited out of London, which was owned by Polygram, a rival of Columbia's. Columbia Epics. But it came out in Columbia in the States. That's an odd one. Hip Sway. And this one has the big hit, the Honey Thief, on it, and mostly black back cover. The sleeve's pretty bent up on this one. It's pretty scuffed up on the record front itself. It's a bit scuffed up, the record. Here's the, here it is. Sorry about that. Got a little bit of an allergy. Yeah, felt something in my throat for a bit. Felt a little ticklish thing in my throat. For a bit there. Something in my throat tickled. For some reason. Okay, what's the next one? Let's go ahead and show you the next album, which is Johnny Mathis's Once in a While. From 1988, so one of his last vinyls, I would presume. One of the last vinyls from of the era where everyone could recently play a vinyl. From before the CD era, before more people had CD players than we're beginning to have CD players, and we have more CD players than phonographs. And CD players were beginning to play phonographs, I suppose. And it's from 1988. It's in very good condition, unlike a lot of My Lady's LPs in the US. And on Epic, last album I have in the CBS numbering system on vinyl. This one also has taken a beating. I think it was bought in San Francisco. My mom bought it in San Francisco, believe it or not. This is Cyndi Lauper's A Night to Remember. I'm gonna get down there, and it's got it had the first released recording, notable for containing the first released recording of the song "I Drove All Night," which was which was her last top 10 hit in the States. From what I gather. The original recording by Roy Orbison first surfaced on the compilation Nintendo White Knuckle Scoring on MCA in 1991. It was originally made in 1987. Okay, and now let me go ahead. Oh, that's just a jacket, mind. Okay, I'm gonna put it around. There's a. Well, anyway, from that part of the video where I showed, well, I attempted to show you all the albums I don't have, that don't have the record inside the jacket. This is a Milo's Midnight Lost and Found. The record's not in the jacket because it's cracked, unfortunately, and it's also for promotion only. Another of those for promotion only CBS LPs. And let me go ahead and try to regrove some of these because I'm going to show you the international, not US, CBS LPs I have from 1961 until 1970, until 1990, from roughly late 50s up until 1991. Up until 1991, international releases of Columbia LPs came out on on a label called CBS, which Columbia released, U.S. Columbia released LPs from to get around the fact that EMI owned rights to the Columbia trademark outside of the U.S. and Canada at the time. And the first division of that was, believe it or not, formed one of the first. Believe it or not, one of the first divisions of CBS outside of the U.S. and Canada, U.S. Columbia, outside of the U.S. and Canada, was in Australia, where in 1956, after the Australian Record Company lost the rights of Capitol Records to EMI because of EMI having acquired the Capitol label, or at least 96% of it, as it was reported at the time, a 96% stake in Capitol. The Australian Record Company made a deal with CBS to form a label called Coronet over there. And CBS ended up buying the Australian Record Company in ARC in April of 1960, but it continued trading under that name until 1977 when it was renamed to CBS Records Australia Limited. And it's now Sony Music Australia. And the current and Australian albums from U.S. Columbia came out on a label called Coronet up until 1963. And this is the big selling album from what I read on the website called Miles Ago. This was the big selling album. I have here the best selling album on CBS Coronet over in Australia, and that would be a high fidelity recording of the original Broadway cast recording of My Fair Lady, adapted from Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion. This is on Columbia. This is on CBS Coronet. It was released in 1956, I believe. Microgroove play at 33 1/3 RPM. And manufactured by the Australian Record Company Limited, 29 Bly Street, Sydney. And what Coronet's the most interesting aspect of the CBS Coronet LPs from Australia, I haven't found many more of them in this country, and I bet they're even rarer in Australia. They're pretty hard to come across even in Australia these days. But they had a thing for having an octagonal label. It's thought to be the only one of its kind anywhere in the world. And this is the album I have with the octagonal label. It's very much a curiosity. And used an octagonal label on all their stuff from CBS. CBS Coronet used an octagonal label on everything it did up until 1962, when it switched to the All Around label that every other record company everywhere else uses. And Korolev was renamed back to CBS in Australia in 1963, as I said. Okay, and now on to some non-US releases I have on CBS proper. Yeah, there was CBS launched in mainland Europe in 1962 and served the same function. It released US Columbia recordings outside of the US and Canada to get around the fact that it wasn't allowed to use the Columbia name due to EMI having the rights to that name. I'm trying to order my catalog number. Give me a minute. While I do. Okay. So, yeah. Let's begin with the number one in USA album, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This originally had a super poster in Farb. Read color. But, didn't come with my copy when I got it, eventually. In 2015 or 16. I actually had to glue that sticker, tape those stickers back on because they fell off when I got it. And let me show it to you. This is this is what the label looks like on these. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is Blood, Sweat, and Tears' first album, known for spawning the hits You Made Me So Very Happy, and yeah, spawned that for a hit. And UK pressing of Barbra Streisand's Greatest Hits. We can get to that now. Which can be played on mono reproducers provided either a compatible or a stereo cartridge wire for mono is fitted. Recent equipment may already be fitted with a suitable cartridge. If in doubt, consult your dealer. And this one is promos for the other albums, complete with catalog numbers this time. Numbers used in Europe for her albums. Here's the LP itself. I always go back to it because of the song People, which is one of my all-time favorite recordings. Here's Marrying Maiden with its I thought this was an album called It's a Beautiful Day by Marrying Maiden, but it turns out it's the other way around. And same thing. In 1970 release again. Let's say one. And says their plastic bags can be dangerous. To avoid dangerous application, keep this bag away from babies and children. Good to know. Okay, and two. I have a couple of albums by a Russian singer called Hyper Rapov. Both of them have him singing some Russian tunes in German. This evidently is a tie-in with Stern Music, and it's a bit dirtied up. Solid play record should be played only with a modern light pickup. His photos of him over there, and the record. Here's what it looks like. Here's what it looks like in here. Let me put this one back. Here's the other one I got. Another one I got. Star Portrait, which is another one that was released in 1970, I believe. And this one's got an interesting little sleeve to it, showing some heavy on CBS stuff there. So I have Leonard Cohen, New York Rock Ensemble, Miles Davis, Dreams, Don Ellis, It's a Beautiful Day, Bessie Smith, Pacific Gas and Electric, Edgar Winter, Laura Nero, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Santana, The Flock, The Chambers Brothers, Johnny Winter, Janis Joplin, Chicago, The Byrds, Sounds of the 70s on CBS. And CBS, the music company, presents Ivy Rebrov, Simon and Garfunkel, Barbara Streisand, Maria Plata, Sly and the Family Stone. This is Country and Western. Wendy Carlos. Hi-Fi Story for Ronan. Los Chacales. Don Kosakin. Companions and Chanson. Mahalia Jackson. Louis Armstrong. Lonnie Lania. Bob Dylan. Ray Conniff. Mary Ruse. Joe DeSin. Johnny Mathis. And Johnny Cash. And Caravelli. Eddie Williams. Donovan. Renee Colo. CBS seemed to have a lot of big names on them back then. CBS had a lot of big names back then and did contribute a lot to the international roster in a lot of ways. Now, there's the LP itself. It's in very nice shape. And the sleeve's in very good shape as well. It's only non-US CBS promo sleeve I've seen. Well, one of only two, actually. And the only one I've seen from Europe, my understanding. And here's Liza Minnelli, the singer. This is one of her Columbia stuff. Columbia LPs, or CBS if you're living outside the United States. It's one of our CBS LPs. This is another UK album. UK release. And it's all 5s except for the 6 there. And that catalog number. Here's my stuff, Gary, who worked with a lot of well-known artists in the 60s and also found Nostalgia Merchants, a video company back in 1978. And he died in Tucson. He died here in town at the age in 2015. From 73. Again. Then I have another Revival Rev-Ups, Lieder der Welt, from 1972. This time, so we have a copyright date on those. Bunte! Don't know who they were. And here's the record. Well, I think this what I was trying to talk about there. This is this next one is an Argentinian LP on CBS. Guitar Latino America, Cacho Tirac, George Petit Percussion, Volume 2. Or whatever. It's from Marcos Registrada from Argentina, Industria Argentina. This is from 1975 on CBS. It's got quite a crumbling promo sleeve, which hawks a lot of other CBS albums from this time frame. So what do we have here? Julio Sosa, Raul Alberson, Misty Siembra. It's mainly Spanish recordings there, Spanish language ones. And then on the other side, we have promos for the main American releases. Rock Competition, apparently. DJ Special. Neil Diamond. Johnny Winter. Coco Sanchez. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, New City. I think that was our last album. I could be wrong. Chicago 8. Blood on the Tracks from Bob Dylan, Julio Iglesias before he became famous in the States, and Andre Castellanets. Cassettes and magazines. There's a bit of warpy. Has some less than heavy vinyl stock there from what I can feel. I don't think it's Dynaflex though, because so they must not have used a lot of heavy compounds to make their records in Argentina. And anyway, this is an album I have with the red to orange color scheme for the CBS label, which was introduced between 1973 and 1975 in the world outside the U.S. and began being used on Columbia singles in 1973, but never made it to LPs released by U.S. Columbia. And it was around from, this design was around from the rest of the vinyl era. If I have that right. It went the rest of the vinyl era with that design. It was used until, well, people stopped buying vinyl records. It's on a regular basis. And here it is. Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Fun with Newton, Extra Fun. This is a 12-inch single on Portrait and a European pressing. I'll show you the record itself. I like to call that one, well, the first track on the B side of this 12-inch single. The Cyndi.exe has stopped working and needs to close. Has encountered a problem and needs to close. Because, well, it's because of this. Let's see if I can. Well, almost had it there. There we go. Oh, I should set it to 45 then. Had it in the wrong speed. Wrong speed. That's this one intro at the beginning. And that's what I mean by Cyndi.exe has stopped working as a camera problem needs to close. Okay, and here's a Barbra Streisand LP, Till I Loved You. And this was a European pressing, but in Germany, as you can see, because that sticker has a Deutschmark on there. And so it predates the Euro's adoption in much of Europe. There's a currency. Here's the inner sleeve for that one. Back of it has lyrics. The photo of her with Don Johnson, who I believe she was dating back then. Very nice condition all around, and I played the title cut on the Valentine's stream if you want to check that out. It was apparently purchased at some place called Wooler. And now I have an album on Monument, which is a label eventually bought out by Sony Music and became part of their end of the company. Billy Joel Shavers, Five and Dimers, like old Five and Dimers like me. They were originally distributed by CBS themselves. Then they went to Phonogram. They were originally distributed by London. Then they went their own way and up until 1960, up until the mid 60s when they went their own way. And in 1971 they got distributed by CBS. In 1976 they went to Phonogram, and in 1982 went right back to CBS. And in 1990 they became a CBS. They were bought out by CBS and absorbed into them. And then just before the whole concern became Sony Music, I hasten to add. Here's a thing there. Monument is artistry where stars are born. And got some albums there. Larry Gatlin, Joe Simon, before he became famous, Al Hurt, Boots Randolph, Charlie McCoy, Arthur Smith, Larry John Wilson, Roy Orbison, who had his biggest hits on Monument, Barefoot Jerry, Eddie Russ, Tommy Rowe, from after his ABC era and after he stopped having hits. Jeannie Riley, Billy Walker, Grady Martin, Ann Sexton, Connie Smith. Oddly enough, I don't see any Chris Christopherson albums promoted there, even though Chris Christopherson was very big on Monument. One of Monument's big names in the 70s. Probably Monument's biggest name in the 70s. And he produced this album. And he also produced this album for Billy Joel Shaver when he came to Monument. I have some Columbia Special Products LPs that I want to show off now. We'll start with Golden Dudson, hit tunes that sold over 1 million. Released in 1962, I believe, for the National Food Store, National Tea Company. This has most of the 50s hits that Columbia did there. A mixture of 50s and 60s, early 60s hits that Columbia scored. And I think this one's from 64 because it has the Bonnie Raitt's version of Blue Velvet on there. She had a hit with in, I think, late 63 or early 64. So this is probably from 64, this album. Compilation. And I have the Great Popular Hits, as of 1970 anyway. This had a sticker promoting Sylvania Stereos when I had a shrink wrap on there, but I threw away the shrink wrap with the sticker on it, so it's long gone from this one, unfortunately. I think I'm better at preserving stickers that I see on shrink wraps now. Maybe back then when I dumped them alongside correctly themselves. And now the record itself is great artists, the 20th century, the Great Popular Hits. And finally, we get right around to showing last record I have on that shelf, which is 22 Beautiful Memories, Mitch Miller and the Gang. Which is apparently a mail order thing. Done by Soulful Marketing, who did a lot of ASEAN TV ads that were promoted during commercial breaks on local stations back in the late 70s and early 80s. But oddly enough, I've never seen an ad for this emerged from a beta tape or a VHS. 22 Beautiful Memories from Mitch Miller in the game. This was compiled in 1978. It's 22 Beautiful Memories from Mitch Miller in the game. Mitch Miller in the game. Okay, now onto my Warner Elektra Atlantic LPs. I don't have a lot from that label, but I have quite a few. Most of them on Warner and Reprise. I don't have that many on the other labels that were owned by the Warner Music Group, but I hope to get many more as soon as I can. Let's start with Two Beers and Everybody Sings, recorded on location with the Strugglers. And this is a very early Warner Brothers LP. This is from 1958, I think. Yeah, I can tell it's early because it's from when Warner Brothers didn't know what the hell they were doing. It's from when Warner Brothers did not know what the hell they were doing as far as making records. For example. And but when they knew that much, they told you about what polyphonic high fidelity is and what technical data is, even though it's a bit dirty up, and telling you that this is to be careful with the stylus to some degree. And also because the albums it's promoting are on completely different labels. This promotes 2 albums on Decca, 1 on Columbia, and 1 on ABC Paramount. It doesn't promote any of their own releases on the back. I believe it's the earliest Warner Brothers album I've ever found or owned. Here's the soundtrack album of Rome Adventure. Getting into, speaking of their own stuff, this is the soundtrack of the film Rome Adventure. And I have some releases predating their time as a major label, which they still are to some degree. Even though they've long since been disconnected from the movie studio. They've been disconnected from the movie studio since 2004. I think 19 years now. And they're now Warner Records. Warner Brothers is. This record company, I believe, is now called Warner Records. The movie spawned the hit All de La. This has the vocal version by Emilio Parpoli, which I think was a hit back in '62. And there we go. Onward to the voice is an instrumentation, the unique vocal interpretations of the Mexicali singers. Has renditions of then contemporary hits on air. And the rendition of Yakety Sax, which Boots Randall's version of, was the theme from the Benny Hill Show. Anyone remember that? Anyone watching this remember that one? Anyway, we got promos in here for rapists who got free thanks to the district attorney who, thanks to a certain district attorney who convicted rapist who got free, thanks largely in part to a little prick who ended up defending Donald Trump after the January 6th insurrection. Harper's Bazaar, The Tokens, The Association, Grateful Dead, Chad Mitchell, himself, The Sea, Petula Clark, Alan Sherman, Jimmy Darren, Peter Paul and Mary, more of that rapist, Petula Clark, Wonderful World of Antonio Carlos Jobim, Peter Paul and Mary record, another Peter Paul and Mary record, Everly Brothers, Soundtrack of the Music Man, of which I have 2 Cheesy Chill tapes from '86, and 2 more from that rapist. And it says Warner Brothers Records takes pleasure in its continuing association with many of the greatest talents in the recording world. Today's sounds, today's most popular artists appear again and again on today's record label, Warner Brothers Records, among the many distinguished artists on Warner Brothers Records. Here's Peter Paul and Mary's album 1700 with the big hits I Dig Rock and Roll Music and their only number 1 hit, which was also their last hit, which was Living on a Jet Plane. This was released in 1967 originally, but this is a reprint from the Warner Brothers 7 Arts days of the label, and Living on a Jet Plane became a hit in the Warner Brothers 7 Arts days for Peter Paul and Mary. Only time they hit their last hit, and the only time they had a number 1 record. Peter Paul and Mary, that is. Now here's a big name. Now here's one of the American Petula Clark albums I have, the North American ones. Petula Clark's Color My World, Who Am I? And this is an early Canadian release. One of the first Canadian releases Warner did on their own. They were originally distributed by Compo over there, but they formed their own Canadian division in 1967. It was the first non-US division they formed. And it's got the thing there, promotion sample, not for promotion sample. It's a promotion sample, apparently. Don't know what it's a sample of. What it's a sample of, we'll never know. What promotion it's a sample of, never know. Here's James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, the only album of his that I own a vinyl copy of, with his great hit Fire and Rain. And one of the earliest albums released after they renamed themselves back to Warner Brothers 7 Arts. Although it's still got a Warner Brothers 7 Arts sleeve, and it's still got our Warner Brothers 7 Arts label. Now, now Warner had some teen idols before becoming a major label, like uh, uh, namely the Everly Brothers, but also had some after it became a major label. And one of them was Sean Cassidy. This is his album Bored Late. And it's from 1977 when they started putting a copyright warning on their albums. It was originally on the spine and then later moved to the back. Around 1980 or 81. Featuring the hit Hey Deanie. And from Mike Curb, who did a lot of teen idols back in the 70s and would later move on to mostly recording country stuff. Worked with all the major labels and did albums with all the major labels. And Frank Curb Records, which in co-production with Curb Records, which did co-productions on albums with all of the majors, and I do mean all of them. And this one has a thing there for your limo is ready. You got your ticket to ride, and someone already filled it out from the looks of that cutout. And here's what it looks like. It's got the palm trees. It's one of the only two albums I have with the palm trees. Warner Brothers Records label. I'll get to the other one. And now I'm gonna, if I can get this back in, I'll gladly show you the other one I've got. Next LP, Randy Newman's Little Criminals. This is the only other album I've got with the palm trees on it, and it's an album from Mr. Pixar, as you youngsters will know him as. You youngsters out there will know him, youngsters like me will know him as Mr. Pixar, because he scored for a lot of Pixar movies. And this spawned his biggest pop hit, has the same sleeve as the previous record I showed. The only difference is that no one even sent in the $2 for that ticket to ride that limo LP. That's in great condition. This is one of only two full albums that I own physically from Randy Newman. The other one is one I got. The other one, Short People on DreamWorks, is one well, one of only three rather, and one of the only two I have on vinyl. Both on Warner Brothers and relatedly, from the Warner Music Group. Okay, and the next one is the soundtrack of Roadie. Bands make it rock, but the roadies make it roll. This contains 2 records. And this is a Canadian copy. It's got the focus there. It's from 1980, as is the film. And, we got a lot of. This is a great soundtrack to great move. Guilty pleasure of mine. It's got an all-star cast in there. Don Cornelius in his only film role. Blondie, Redfish, Roy Orbison, Alice Cooper, Hank Williams Jr., Meatloaf in his first starring role in the film. Cocky Hunter, Art Carney, Deborah Harry. Who is this? I forget the names of the actors who played those two. I'm sure the credits will tell me who they are. Never see them in any other movie again, I don't think. There's one of the records. This is in very good condition. It seems to have been very well kept. Just someone took it out of the cutout line. Plenty That Loving You would feeling again from that record on Valentine's Day stream. And here's Prince. This album is called Dirty Mind. From 1980. It's a reprint because it's got a UPC code there, which the original pressing did not. Let me get back here. And also because it's got the Warner Brothers logo background label, which the original pressing of this definitely didn't have. Because they were still using, Warner was still using Notebook label from which they used from 1978 rather, up until 1983, I believe, which is when they went over to the Warner logo wallpaper label. All right, here's a great one for baseball season, and this year all the teams. There are 30 teams playing in 30 stadiums at the same time for the first time in baseball history. And this is the record to celebrate that accomplishment with. John Fogerty's center field. This is a European pressing of it that was done in Germany. It says they're manufactured in Germany by Record Service. GmbH Alsdorf. It's from 1985. It'll focus. Yep, there we go, 1985. Also available on cassette and compact disc. And this was purchased in the UK originally. It's... I'm hoping the phone can go that deep, or... You probably can't see that. Let me read that for you. It's apparently purchased at a place called Out of Time Records for £2. Back in the 80s. Someone bought it for £2. Someone paid £2 for this. At a place called Out of Time Records. I don't know where in England that is, but I know it's England because it was bought in England because of the pounds. Because it was bought in pounds. By the way, the title cut kicks off side 2. This is the only non-US, non-North American. This is the only Warner album I have outside of the North American continent. From outside of the North American continent. On vinyl. Here's a couple of copies of Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, Volume 2, both Columbia House copies, and both of them have had it. Both of them have just about had it. I'm going to have to buy a new copy of this one. And get rid of these two. I have a feeling this one's even in worse playing state. This one's probably in slightly better playing state, but I won't know until I play it. But I know one of the copies of this one that I have is definitely got to go. It's done for. It's true. Here's Van Halen's album 5150. Let me show it to you. From 1986 again. This again is another Columbia House copy, which is why you don't see a UPC code there. For some reason, Columbia didn't use UPC codes. Columbia House didn't use UPC codes on albums you bought from Columbia House. And, you know, if anyone would have bought from Columbia House, they just didn't use the UPC codes, or they usually pulled it off. They took it right off the, or they usually just defaulted to just having a copyright text saying manufactured for Columbia House under license, or something along those lines. And this is from 1986 again. Okay. Wow. We're 5.5 hours in now. 5.5 hours in. That's good. That's a good deal of hours. Well, you know me, I get lost in my LPs. Great hobby to form, buying vinyl. And hobby to stick with no matter what. It's like buying It's like buying VHS tapes for me. It's a hobby I stick with. Hobby I want to stick with. And hope to stick with again when I got a new VCR. I've been collecting vinyl since 2014 or 15. And I've had a phonograph in the house since 2015. Here's True Blue from Madonna. This one comes with the pinup poster. Hang that up on the wall. But I haven't opted to do that. Madonna was a lawn runner with the Warner Music Group. She's been there up until 10. Was, I think, one of the last of the Molson and Warren era Warner Brothers artists to still be at the label. She left in 2009, I think. And she joined it when it distributed the Sire label. And this one is the Hip Hop Don't Preach on it, which is the first cut on the album. Hold on. And she had many other hits over the years, like Ray of Light, and then also Holiday, and then also like a version, and then also like I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, like like a prayer, which was a very controversial song and video in '89. And she also was a big movie star. She's most of them, except that most of her movies are correctly panned. They've been panned by the critics for the most part. Here's Madonna's "You Can Dance," which I think is her first compilation album she did. Or seems to be full of her dance sets. This is from 1987. This is it's all being up by now. Okay, and the next LP that I bought, that I have, another Columbia House copy, and this time it's of Prince, the soundtrack Prince, Sign of Times, '87. This is a live concert movie that he was in back in 1987. And guess what? I have a sticker over there for Paisley Park Records, but it's not on here. Just a Columbia, manufactured by Columbia under license stamp. There's no gatefold, and both of the records apparently come in this one sleeve. Paisley Park was Prince's own label back in the 80s. Was Prince's own label, which he formed in 1987. 6 or 87. Okay, and next one. David Lee Roth Skyscraper. From 1988. And this one has a custom label. It's got this for the A side and a red label for the B side. It's quite a fun design there. That's a rather fun looking design for the side A label. Either side A or side B's label. One of those two sides. I'll know when I look at the record again. In fact, let me go ahead and look at it now. Yep, the solid red label was side B, and the top label with the fancy artwork was side A. So I have Prince with Love Sexy. From 1988. Here it's got a rather slightly beat up sleeve on both of them. Songs are in a continuous sequence. That's something. Oh, I'm just trying to get the record back there. I had it, almost had it that time. Yeah, there it is. Alright, let's go ahead and look at the next record in my Warner collection, WEA collection, which is a Reprise LP. And this might serve as a lead into the Reprise LP collection I have. Randy Newman's Land of Dreams, which is land for promotional use only. Any sale or unauthorized transfer is prohibited and void, subject to return upon demand by owner. Acceptance of the record constitutes agreement to the above. This has a song, It's Money That Matters, which I play a lot. My mom seems to anyway. This had a video to it as well, I think. And the next one is... That Was the Year That Was from Tom Lehrer. This is one of the albums I have with Reprise when it had its own numbering system, and it's the soundtrack to the NBC show of that name. Reprise did a lot of tie-ins with NBC back then, back in the 60s. Also the Dean Martin show over there, and some Sinatra specials. Let's see what else they had. Okay, here's The World of Charles Aznavour, Frank Sinatra, The Kinks, It's Time of My Ears, Trini Lopez stuff, Dean Martin, more Kinks, Sinatra, Trini Lopez again, the Sammy Davis Jr. show, Dino Desi Billy, Science Share, Morgana King, more Dean Martin, Donna Ho, and Nancy Sinatra again. And there's the LP itself. That was the year that was. This is the soundtrack of a show called That Was the Week That Was. I'm not sure if there are any surviving episodes of that show. But there's a surviving album of it, at least. So at least there's a surviving album of it. And this was the case with Tom Lehrer's albums. I believe this is in the public domain now. As with a lot of Tom Lehrer's albums, I think this is in the public domain these days. Here's Trini Lopez's Greatest Hits. Not in the public domain, but it's a Canadian copy. And, well, it's a rather two-faced one. It's apparently... It says a stamp there, manufactured and distributed in Canada by the Compo Company, but down there it says manufactured and distributed by Warner Brothers Records of Canada Limited. So they can't decide which was manufactured and distributed by, apparently. And this has the same sleeve from the earlier one, the earlier album I showed, as the earlier one I showed. This has the same inner sleeve. And he was a very good artist. He was a great Latin pop artist who unfortunately died a couple years ago. But I liked his work. I liked quite a bit of his work. Quite a lot of what I heard on this album, anyway. I especially liked the Lemon Tree one that he did. Here's Murray Makeba in concert. Recorded at the Philharmonic Hall of Lincoln Center for Performing Arts. And this one is from 1967, I think. Just manufactured by Warner Brothers Records of Canada Limited again. And 2 out of the 3 Reprise albums I have from the heyday in the 60s, and possibly early 70s as well. Oh, well, the 4 of them I have when Reprise as a separate label from Warner Brothers had its own numbering system, separately managed label and had its own numbering system. It's later got hung into Warner Brothers in 1977. Both labels are under the same management, I think, under Warner Music Group. Under the WEA umbrella, as it was then known. And Reprise was Frank Sinatra. Reprise was a label founded by Frank Sinatra, who has been on it for the rest of his life. Most of the rest of his life, I think. And life that he lived that was full, and lived it from 1915 to 1998, and he did it his way. So here's one of his albums that he did his way. Whole Blue Eyes is back from this was his comeback record after a brief retirement that he took in 1971. This is from 1973. And he was an interesting little fella. He was quite an interesting guy, to say the least, both as an artist and as a person. We won't delve into that much now. It's got some liner notes from Stan Cornen. Here is those pictures there. And I'm going to take out... This actually is a publicity photo of Sinatra in the recording studio contemplating some songs there. Song choices there. Choices that he made. Warner Reprise Lost Leaders. And a picture, I think, painting of September 25th, 1970, whatever it was, in Birmingham, California, 1971, I think. You can barely make out the handwriting. And it's got a photo of him on the label, as all of his Reprise albums apparently did. Everything he did on Reprise had a picture of him on the label. In some form. Originally had a serious version of him. Later it had a happier picture of him. This is from when the happier picture of him was on the label of his albums. Label design, rather. And I'm going to chuck that little picture back in here. I think I'm one of the... I wonder if it came with all the copies of this one, and if it didn't, well, I may be a lucky guy who got to have an album with it one day. And this has a song in there called Winners, which my mom plays a lot, along with a version of Send in the Clouds, which was used in the trailer for Joker, I think. Here's an album I have on Bearsville, a Warner distributed label with from Todd Rundgren, who did Back to the Bars, and he also, I think, worked on the Meatloaf album Bat Out of Hell. He had a hit, I think, with the song Hello, It's Me, and I Saw the Light. This is a live record. Bearsville. And it's a gatefold album. Look at that. There are some albums that I have on Elektra. Asylum, which was one of the E parts of the WBA equation. Elektra. There's one. The New Seekers, We'd Like to Teach the World to Sing. From 1971. Featuring the hit I'd Like to Teach the World to Sing, which later became used in a Coke ad. Which is most famous now in connection to a Coke ad that it ended up being used on. And this has a bunch of albums from Woody Guthrie, Cynthia Gooding, The Doors, the Baroque Beatles, Theodore Bickel, Oscar Brand, Brad, Tim Buckley, Butterfield Blues Band, Lead Belly Love, Judy Collins, Juan Serrano, Sound Effects, Not to be confused with the knockoff group for QMO from the Archive Record Rap Off series. Sabika's, Tom Rush, Rhinoceros, David Peel, Tom Paxton, Josh White, and Carly Simon's first debut album, self-titled debut, and some other outstanding albums out there. Dandelion, Electra, and some price codes, markers for albums on Electra and how much they cost, which is fascinating, and also some albums on Nutsuch cost. Nutsuch was a classical label of Electra's, and up until the 80s was the only classical label Warner had owned under its umbrella. It was back in the... And I don't have any from before Warner Brothers acquired the label. Before it was acquired, before it became a sister label to Warner Brothers Records. I would like to get some beforehand. Some records from Brad promoted on the sleeve. Yeah, it does. Have records from Brad promoted on the sleeve. Literon stats. Greatest hits on Asylum. The green mark there. Native to Sonnen, I should buy more of her records. But apparently they aren't very easy to come by around here, despite her being a very important artist in this town. Here's Boys in the Trees, another Carly Simon. This one, a heavily skipping copy of You Belong to Me, which I didn't even know was skippy until I did the stream, and I had to mute the part of the video where you could hear it because for some reason her stuff is still being, if it's used in the video, it's still getting blocked by Warner Music Group. Still getting blocked worldwide by the Warner Music Group these days. Okay. Whoa. What was that? Anyway. Got Any Rabbits Radio Romance on Electra. Again. It's from 1982. It's a Canadian copy, as you can tell from the maple leaf being on there. And this one features the hit You and I on there. I think it was his last pop hit, if I'm not mistaken. It's in very good condition, as you can see there. We're about to hit the 6-hour mark with this stream, and boy, have I had a very long stream with my vinyl LPs. I get lost in them. And this one has a sleeve that's come apart and a record that's been up, and no jacket to speak of. It's The Cure with their album The Head on the Door. The Head on the Door. From 1985. I'm going to put those back now. And the last albums. There you go for the last albums that I have in the vinyl LP collection. All of them are on Atlantic, or distributed by them. So here are some of the last ones. I just have the jacket for this Firefall album, Luna Sea, which was released in 1977. This is where the copy of Elan I found at Bookman's one day came in. I'm going to have to find a copy of this in the Elan jacket and sleeve and swap them around. But I haven't found one yet, so might do that. Might find one at some point. Here's 3614 Jackson Highway, a Cher album on Atco. And, well, there's an intriguing little thing about it. It's got a number of interesting things about the 60s. It's late 60s as far as Cher. The E, little line above the E there, so it has its Cher. Covers of Sitting on the Dock of the Bay and Bob Dylan. And a rendition of Do Right Man. It's got the recording dates at a Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. It's got a little handwritten note of congratulations from Cher. And it's got a photo of Cher. It's got everything except the record. So I may have to buy a copy with the record in it. So I'm going to have to buy a copy with the record in it at some point. Okay, next one is Bette Midler's self-titled album from 1973. Not her debut, but close enough anyway. Her debut, I think, was Divine Miss Sam. And this one had Barry Manilow for a producer, interestingly enough. He went on to become one of the big artists of the 70s. He produced this album for Bette Midler before he became famous. This is a 1973 Atlantic outing. Atlantic's celebrating its 75th anniversary. Oh, and by the way, happy 75th anniversary, Atlantic. Okay, next one. The Art Ensemble of Chicago with Fanfare for the Warriors. This is a jazz album on Atlantic. Atlantic was a prolific jazz label in the old days. I think it still is a prolific jazz label. This is from 1974, and it's got a bunch of ads for their jazz stuff in there, like jazz recordings from Eddie Harris, Herbie Mann, David Newman, Cormac McRae, John Coltrane, Miroslav Vitros, Billie Holiday, Oscar Brown Jr., Les McCann, Son Roland Kirk, Robert Laws, Modern Jazz Quartet, Herbie Mann. Another one for the Art Ensemble of Chicago that I don't have the jacket for, but I just have the record for. Bobby Short, his man Noel Coward, and loves Cole Porter. Joel Salomon, Herbie Mann, Dave Brubeck, Yusuf Lateef, King Curtis, Eddie Harris, Modern Jazz Quartet, Robin Kenyatta, Mose Allison, Rosanna, Roland Clark, and Al Hibbler. Giants of Jazz. Clarence Wheeler. Young Hole Unlimited, who scored their biggest hit, Soulful Strut on Brunswick, not Atlantic. Ella Fitzgerald loves Cole, and Eddie Harris. Let me show you one of the sides of that one. It's in okay condition. It's not great, not in great condition, but it's in all right condition. It's in generally all right condition. Condition of that one is okay, I guess. Could be better, but oh well. Broken Blossoms from Bette Midler is the next album from 1977. Here's number 2 of the sides. Anyway, side 1 is about the same in the signs and design-wise. Here's The Rose, Mark Rydell film that I have the Magnetic Video VHS of. The soundtrack. This is the soundtrack of that film from 1979, as it says there. And this one's beaten up as well. And they've released another soundtrack another more well-known soundtrack they released in 1979. I think was the Muppet Movie soundtrack, which they had the American rights to. Atlantic had the North American rights to the Muppet Movie soundtrack on vinyl. Internationally, they were with CBS. That soundtrack was with CBS. I'm gonna put the piano back on the shelves. And now on to Bette Midler's Divine Madness. This is another live concert movie. And I think one of those productions done by the short-lived Ladd Company, if I'm to believe the sleeve. It's from 1980. Let's look at the sleeve. Yep, a Ladd Company released through Warner Brothers. Ladd Company did a lot of movies through Warner Brothers back in the early 80s. And this sleeve's somewhat beaten up. And record's not in good shape, unfortunately. There's a scene. There's a CD of this one as well. Now for some albums I have on vinyl LPs I have on labels that here in America were distributed by Atlantic. At least here in this continent, where they were distributed by Atlantic. I have a couple from the Little David label, and both of them are by George Carlin. And this is his Operation Full album. With the 0598 price code stamp on there. Like a lot of American vinyl LPs in the 70s, that's a price code on the spine. One on the spine is 0598. So here's the back of it. It's from 1973. This one's got a later sleeve on there. And aside from George, and this was Flip Wilson's label, by the way. Little David was Flip Wilson's label. Albums and promoting Franklin and Jay, I think that was Nat Adderley. Whoever these guys are. And it's got some promo for the same albums on the back, which is cheating. But with a different background, which is cheating. And yeah, I think this is a 75 repress. Now that I think about it, look at this. Look at that. This was originally released in 73 on Little David. Here's the other George Carlin I have, also on Little David. An Evening with Wally Londo featuring Bill Slazzo. I thought the name was Sleazo at first, but it turns out to be Slazzo. It's from 1975, too. Another comedy record. Has the same sleeve as the other album I showed on Little David, so I'm not going to show it to you. That would be redundant. It'd be redundant for me to show it twice, the sleeve. And might as well show the other side of it. I'm assuming I'm showing you its full track listing already. Whoa. And the final Atlantic distributed album I gotta show, and the last final LP for the stream, is the Joshua Tree from U2 on Island, which was distributed by Atlantic subsidiary Atco at the time. I think it's Columbia House printing. And Atlantic lost the rights to that in the U.S. when Polygram bought out the label. When Polygram bought out Island in 1989. I'm trying to get that thing there. You probably can't see it. It's been out of focus. It's a gatefold. And it's got a nice little label on there. Here's one, side one, and side two. Woo! 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 That is it for part two. For the second part, that's it for my vinyl LP collection streams. I hope you enjoyed looking at these records as I did. As I had as much fun looking at these records as I had showing them to you and telling you what was on them, and what they had and what they didn't have, what some other anecdotes related to them. There are so many, and I got through them in so slow time. I had so much time, and I gave it all I got in that time. And that is it. I will see you in the next video, and possibly the next stream where I will show the records that were accidentally skipped over in my vinyl LP collection part 1 video. I'll see you on next week's stream, and I'll see you in the next video. Have a good evening, everyone. Good night.